You can see me this way too. I am right here. You spaz. Hello. Hello. All right. Let's see here. Just waiting for little YouTubes to catch up with me. All right. Let's see. Oh, I think we're almost there. We are almost there. Here we go. There we go. Hello, friends. Good morning. Ooh, let's get that a little straighter. That's a little bit skiwampus, right? Are we a little skiwampus today? We're a little skiwampus today, but that's all good. Hello, friends. Good morning, good morning, good morning, and happy International Scrapbook Day, right? Yes. If we have not met before, welcome to you. My name is Lael Kankar. I have a business called Lael by Mail. When I am not traveling, which very happy to say is more and more so these days because I'm, just making a priority to do the things that feed my soul. You know how that goes. When I'm not traveling, we are here on Saturdays doing what I like to call creative listing. So usually a couple days ahead of time, I put out some list topics. They're on the blog, they're on social media, they go on an email, and we get together and we play and we have fun. We take whatever we have on hand. All you need is something to write with and something to write on. Beyond that, you play. You bring in whatever products you have, if you like washi or stamps or die cuts, pattern paper, whatever it is, and we tell stories. So when I say we tell stories, we are basically documenting, in most cases ourselves, in a way that we probably haven't done before. So we'll dive into that once we get going. It'll, if you're new, it'll make some more sense as we get going. But welcome to you. If you are watching live, I'd love it if you want to pop in the chat and say hello. Say hello, tell us where you're from. I'd love to know if you are a first timer. I'd also love to know if maybe you are here because we met at Little Craft Fest last weekend, which I'll talk a lot about that too. Anyhow, if you are not new and you've been with me for a while, welcome back. This is our 5th annual, count them five, International Scrapbook Day live all-day celebrations. So I love it when we do our all-day lives. It is, it's so much fun for me. I just love being with you guys, whether it's all day or whether it's for a couple of hours. I just so love what we do. And when I say we, I mean all of us. I love this getting together and creating together and crafting together and talking and chatting and just laughing and sometimes crying, and the connectivity in the community is just amazing. So whether you're new or whether you've been around for a long time, welcome, welcome, welcome. We have a lot in store for today, a lot, because this is how I am. If you don't know me, I have that for me. I also have, this is important part, I also have another one of these. If you joined me a couple weeks ago when we did the 5-year Listing with Lael anniversary celebration, I had one of these. That is a spreadsheet of prizes. I think I counted, 28 or 30 anyhow, there's 30 some odd prizes I am giving away today. So lots of prizes, lots of fun to share. If you're not new, and if you've been around for a while, still pop in the chat, okay, because I want to say hi. So I'm going to take 1 second, let's be honest. Take a couple minutes, take a quick peek at the chat, say hello, and then we will talk about what is in store for today. After we talk about what is in store today, we're going to kick right off with a prize. There are prizes today. If you're participating live, there are live prizes. And then if you weren't able to catch us live and you're now watching that replay, there are also after party prizes. So everyone gets to participate in prizes. All right, let us see here what we have. Hello. Oh, Nick's the first commenter. Hello, Nick. He said, good morning. Final preparations are happening now. Oh, he makes it sound so official, doesn't he? Hello, Jane. Nice to see you. Jane said, hello, Nick and Lael. Thanks for hosting this annual meetup. Grateful to take the time with you all to construct a wedding scrapbook for our daughter's June 28th big day. How exciting, Jane. Congratulations. Happy to have you with us today. Hello, Tracy. Hello, Joy from Georgia. April, good morning, good morning. Some of you were here a little bit early. I love it. She has coffee. She doesn't want to admit what is your breakfast. April, is coffee your breakfast or something else nice and yummy? And you know what? Treat yourself. You deserve it. I know it. Hello, Glow. Nice to see you. Justine from sunny but chilly Kansas. Wanda in Tennessee. It is raining. It is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day here in Utah. There's not a cloud in the sky. Beautiful blue sky. We have finally hit spring in Utah, which means no more dead everything. We get a lot of snow here, and so from like October to usually April, mid-April, everything just looks dead. The grass is brown if it doesn't have snow on it. And then once the snow melts, it just takes a while for, everything to come back. But it is beautiful. All the trees are blooming. The lawn still looks really nice because sooner than later we'll hit hundreds. And then the lawns look a little crispy, you know what I mean? So, beautiful day. I hope wherever you are, it is a beautiful day. Even if it's raining outside, it's still a beautiful day, right? Belinda, she is so excited. Me too. Oh, Joy, you're so sweet. You guys, I just love you. Joy said, every day with Lael is a great day. Yeah, ask Nick. He'll tell you the same thing. 30 years. 30 years later this month, you guys, on May 20th, our 30-year wedding anniversary. So that's a lot of days with Lael, Nick will tell you. Hello, Paula Crafts. Nice to see you. Kimberly, good morning. Good morning. Kimberly is at the Lone Star Glamp Inn around Top, Texas. How fun for you, Kimberly. That's on my bucket list to do one of these days. Reggie is here in full force, Reggie the cat. He is back to delivering his little bits of love to me. Reggie's an indoor cat. If you don't know cats, they like to hunt and bring you their prey, whatever they kill. Because Reggie's an indoor cat, he doesn't have live things to hunt. So he brings me packing envelopes. And he has just dropped one right at the door. So always fun. That's Reggie's way of saying hello to us all. Good morning, Vikaj from New York. VS. Debbie, good morning, good morning. Mimi, hi, nice to see you, Mimi. Dollar Tree Tricia, it's been a while since I've seen you on here. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hope your back's feeling. I mean, I know you had a whole bout with your back, and we haven't chatted in forever, so I hope you're feeling better from that. Scrapped NH, Mitch W, hello TK, Diane, good morning, good morning. So excited. Martine, we have one of our friends here from the Netherlands. Martine, I haven't seen you in a while as well. Thanks for popping in and joining us. Jane just gave us a great reminder, if you are here and you're still here, whether you're watching live or whether you're watching Memorex, the replay, right? Thumbs up. It's super helpful. Anyone that you're interacting with, any content creator, one of the easiest things that you can do that costs nothing is just a thumbs up. So I would appreciate that so much if you do that. And thank you for that reminder. Jane, hello, Michelle K, Kelly Martin from Massachusetts, Jody, good morning from Upper Michigan. No. Okay, this is not Upper. That's all I know. I mean, I know a lot of things about Michigan, but I just know the mitten, right? But this would not be Upper. This would be Upper. Belinda, hello from Louisiana. Crafty, Darlene, Lisa. Lisa said she loves the squirrel on the shelf. She'll be listening today as it's mowing day. Oh, very good. This little guy, I found this tea towel on one of my travels. An amazing store. Local store called Hip and Humble, but they have a couple of locations in the Salt Lake City airport that I always have to drop in on. But isn't that cute? That little tea towel. I thought it might be a fun little addition for the next little while. Kyla, good morning from Washington. Karen, good morning, good morning. Karen, that is amazing news. Karen had shared with us in the past that her husband, that was a big slip of, I know, Karen, her son had kidney cancer, right? And then she just shared that the doctor thinks her son's tumor was benign, which amazing news, Karen. Crossing fingers. Still has to go through pathology, but we're all crossing fingers for you, right? Hello, Chriselle. Nice to see you. Chriselle, I don't know if Chriselle and I we maybe crossed paths before once or twice, but Chriselle and I connected at Little Craft Fest. So Chriselle, nice to see you here. I hope you had an amazing rest of your time at Little Craft Fest. I'll be talking about that quite a bit in my About last month, our first list for today. So if you don't know what Little Craft Fest is or was, or you're like, how did that go? I'll share lots there. Carrie, good morning. Lisa Perez from Dallas, nice to see you. Hello, Carolyn. Elise, hello, Elise, I got your package. It is on a place that I won't forget it, so I haven't forgotten you. Let's see, Pam, good morning, Pam. Guys, Pam, I just have to tell you, and I told Pam this yesterday, but there are some people that come into your life that just make such an impact on you, and Pam, that is you for me. Pam reached out maybe a year ago, and Pam has been with us for a while and been a great customer of mine, and she reached out and said, hey, I'm in Utah, and would you want to meet for coffee? And we met at Starbucks and just had an amazing time, and she sent me the sweetest email yesterday, and she just is one of those people that I told her I think she's my biggest cheerleader, one of my biggest cheerleaders. So Pam, thank you for always being here and just being so awesome. I will tell you guys, we talk about lots of ways that you can put good out into the world, and we talk about lots of different ways about how you can be on the lookout for lots of good in the world, like our glimmers. We're doing another glimmers list today. But you never know. Just sending a little email or a little handwritten note or smiling at someone or telling someone they look beautiful today, or they have such a beautiful smile. Whatever it is, can make such a big impact on someone's life. You have no idea. And Pam, that was your email for me yesterday, so thank you. Hello, Christy. Christy and Pam are besties, right? They craft together. I love that. And I love that you guys both commented one after another. Are you guys together today? Just curious. Hello, Lisa. Janelle, happy National Scrapbook Day. Yes, yes. Wendy said, good morning. This is her first live. Well, welcome to your first live, Wendy. I hope it's a good one for you. We have lots of fun in store. So, good morning, Terry. And oh, yes, Terry and I finally met after I don't know how many years. It was so lovely, and I'll talk about that too when I'm doing my About last month. Lots of things to chat about today. Good morning, Diane, Cindy Moss. Cindy is driving home from their honeymoon in Panama City Beach, Florida, going home to Tennessee. Well, congratulations, Cindy, on your wedding and your honeymoon. I had an amazing time. And what a fun way to pass the time while you're driving. Now, your better half, I'm curious, not your better half, you know what I mean, I'm curious. How do they feel about you now listening and ignoring them? Or maybe your better half is also listening. I don't know. Too funny, too funny. Hello, Lisa. She has been here from the beginning and we met for the first time at Little Craft Fest. I love that, Lisa. It's always so fun for me to like connect with you guys in person, because I feel like we're besties. I mean, we've spent so much time together. And I was saying to someone last week in Little Craft Fest, there are things that I share with you guys that honestly my family doesn't know. Sometimes my closest friends don't know. I just feel like we're just this one big happy family that I can be totally open to. Probably because I can't see your reactions on the other side, right? I'm just chatting here, and I'm sure you're right there along with me. Hello, Tracy, Jen Hurt. Good morning, Carol. My husband asked me, what time is your girl Lael on? I love that. Oh golly, Carrie was playing. So here's the deal. There's a lot happening in the crafting community today. If you are maybe not new to Lael, but maybe you're new to this particular holiday, the first Saturday in May every year has been celebrated for, 20 some odd years as International Scrapbook Day. And you may be here going, scrapbook? I don't scrapbook. Wait a minute, am I in the wrong place? Why am I participating in this holiday today? You're not in the wrong place. Because you guys, everything that we do can fall under a memory keeping umbrella, right? We do our listing, whether you're crafting or whether you're making cards, or maybe you are working in a 12 by 12 scrapbook layout, maybe you're doing mini books, maybe you're listing like we do, maybe you're planning, maybe you're memory planning. All of that stuff today, we're pushing under, well, every day I push under it, but it doesn't matter. We're pushing under a scrapbooking umbrella, because you know what? We need to have a reason to celebrate. We can always have a reason to celebrate. So today we're saying, yes, we are celebrating International Scrapbook Day, right? Any day to celebrate and give away prizes and just play together. It has been going around, I think, 20 some odd years. This is our 5th year that we've done a celebration like this live on my YouTube channel. So very excited to have you here and very excited to share what's coming today. All right, let's see. I want to make sure that I just kind of have a chance to say, if I've missed you, apologies. I know that you're here. Hello, Cindy. Hello, Janine, Karen, Tracy. Tracy, wait, 42 years for you on May 28th? Wow, congratulations. That's huge. It makes my little old 30 years seem like nothing. Amy, good morning. Let's see, Janelle, 49 years in June. No way. Holy cow, you guys. That's amazing. Good morning, Roxanne. Wanda, 44 in December. I love it that you guys are sharing all of these huge milestones. That's amazing. And we could just pretend like those are age in years, right? Maybe we should do that. Maybe I'm turning 30, Wanda's turning 44, Janelle's turning 49. No, age is good, right? Age is good. 52 in December. Holy cow, Diane, that's amazing. Congratulations. Hello, Jean. She is, Jen and Tiff and Heather are in California together. Welcome, you guys. Nice to have you. Nicole, you're another one. I don't know. I will probably never forget when we met last year at Simple Stories. It just was really special. So, good morning, Nicole. Now I feel like I'm like, okay, now I've got to remember little things about all of you. I remember little things about lots of you. So, um, Melissa from Pretty Little Studio. Melissa, I love it. You guys, Melissa, how fun that you popped in. Melissa's amazing. I will tell you, Melissa is amazing. Melissa owns Pretty Little Studio. You guys know I love her products. The Love is Kind collection, her brand new collection, just got here within the last couple of days. So we'll be using that next week. But Melissa does something also very amazing for me. Any of my word strip stickers that I do, so in my season pass kits, word strips that I did in my December documented last year, word strip stickers in my brand new season pass collection, Melissa does those for me. I figure them out, send her the artwork, and she has them cut and printed and packaged and all of that. So Melissa, I just can't thank you enough for that. But I think it's important that we share things like that about other businesses in our industry, because it can be a very supportive industry, and a lot of women helping women, which I just love. So thank you, Melissa. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, Diane forgot to buy her adhesive. Well, Diane, yeah, you just maybe plan things out, right? Just plan things out and then adhere later. Hello, Linda. Eva, nice to see you. Jen Hearn. Oh my gosh, you guys. Okay. Joanne H70 said, love your fossilized amber blouse. That's really funny. I've never actually really considered that. But you know what? It actually is. Look it kind of works, doesn't it? It's like the fossilized amber blouse. I saw someone this last weekend at Little Craft Fest, and she was blonde, and she was wearing this color, like this fossilized amber color.
Did you show me?
No.
Oh, I thought you did.
Oh, no. Although, look at the cat. The cat is sitting on the prize table. Reggie is like sitting on the prize table. Well, anyhow, this beautiful blonde was wearing this color. And I said, I'm so jealous. That color looks amazing on you. If I could wear that, fossilized amber color, I would wear it all the time. It like totally, just, I don't know, makes me look like the living dead. But I can do it this way, having a little bit of white, right? So thank you. Okay, friends. Hello, Big Cheryl. I just saw Shirley. Nice to see you. Spent a weekend with Shirley, Big Cheryl, Shirley Winslow a couple weekends ago, which was amazing. All right, friends. So I have just fast forwarded. I have just scrolled through the rest of the comments so we can get going. But thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm super excited to kick off another celebration. So let's talk about what is in store for us today. We have another all-dayer. It is broken into two halves. We have the morning session and the afternoon session. They're completely different, right? The only reason I have to break them up into two halves is because I need a break in the middle to eat and to bio break and, just kind of unwind for a bit before we wind back up. The important thing about there being two sessions is that means there are two different videos, two different YouTube links. Once we break in the middle, the one video is done and we have to start a new link. So you'll find both of those videos. Obviously, you're here for the first now, so you found this one. In the description box of this video is the link to this afternoon's video. You will also see that on the blog, laelbymail.com. You'll see the post for today that has the link to both sessions. So just make sure if you're joining either or both sessions that you know there are two different sessions, all right? So this morning we are going to start off by doing a really quick look at all the new products I just released yesterday. If you want to see them in more depth, there is a video here on my YouTube channel from yesterday, May 2nd, 2025, where I kind of go and do a little bit of a deeper dive with everything. But so many fun things to share with you that I just released. I will show them and I'll be using some of them today. They are all in stock and shipping now, so you can get your hot little hands on them as soon as you need. And then we'll jump into our first list, which is about last month. Our plan is to do 3 lists this morning and then an hour break. So our break will take place from 12 to 1 Pacific time. And then we will hop back on again at 1 Pacific time, and we'll just do a little kind of walk down memory lane. I'm going to go way back to my roots for a minute, and we'll talk about how scrapbooking can work for your listing, and your listing can also work for your scrapbooking, depending on which side of the aisle you come from. We'll do 3 lists this afternoon. Of course, we will take a little break at 5 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 4 p.m. Pacific Time. And that's, we'll do kind of a cheers and a toast and just say thank you and you know, do a little celebration. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That will be 5 o'clock my time, Mountain Time, but we're doing that at 4 Pacific. And then we should wrap up around 5:36-ish Pacific Time. All right, so that is the plan for today. Got my little schedule here. So what I said in the beginning, I said I wanted to talk about some things. I wanted to run through our schedule, and then I was going to start off with our first giveaway. So, as we are live today, I will be doing live giveaways, and we will also have after party giveaways. So live giveaways, the way you participate in a live giveaway is through the chat. So you're just chit-chatting away in the chat, and at one point I'll say, okay, I'm stopping. I'm going to scroll my finger up in the chat. Wherever my finger stops, that is the person that wins a prize. So in this morning session, I think we have 12. I have 12 live giveaways. And then afternoon, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 8. Sorry, not afternoon. After party in the morning session is 8 more. So we've got 40. Oh my gosh, 40 giveaways, you guys. It's going to take me a week to like figure them all out. But so lots of giveaways. Let's start with the first one. So I'm going to stop. I'm going to look at the chat, roll my finger up, and wherever my finger stops, that person is the first lucky winner. So let's see. That person is Linda Johnson. Linda Johnson, congratulations. I have to do a little housekeeping. I have to write these down as we go. So let me just do that. Linda Johnson. Linda. Oh, that pen does not like to write on there, on that green ink. Let's see. Oh, here it is. All right. We'll get ready here. Linda Johnson. So congratulations, Linda Johnson. I'll tell you what you win in a sec. If you win a live prize today, the way that you claim your prize is to send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put what you want, what prize you won. It makes it so much easier. If you put what you want in the subject line, and then in the body of the email, include your mailing address, and then it's going to take about 2 weeks. It'll probably take about 2 weeks-ish to get all of the orders from this crazy weekend out. So in about 2 weeks, we will get your prize shipped. Now, if you want a prize and you also place an order, then we can just add it to your order and that'll be easy. So you don't have to wait for that. But all right, so what Linda wins? Linda wins. Okay, Reg, you gotta move, buddy. Gotta move. You happen to be sitting on the first prize. Linda wins the spring summer season pass. So we're kicking it off with a bang. That is a huge, huge, huge. That's a $50 value. So congratulations, Linda. Linda, as I said, please send me an email and we'll get your prize shipped in the next couple of weeks. All right. I also have another one of those, I believe, in the afternoon. So if you didn't win that quite yet, don't be sad. All right. So now I've got to go down. Let's go all the way down so I make sure. Okay. Yes. So Terry, you are still set up. However, Amy should be here very soon. Amy will be joining us as well. But if you want to link that, that would be awesome. Amy, the Robin to my Batman, will be here shortly. And in the chat today, as I'm using different products and giving different things away, she'll be including links of those products in the chat. So it'll make it really easy for you to see what I am using if you are interested in purchasing. So Janelle just asked a great question, I believe. Janelle, was that you? I think it was. Someone asked. No, Irene. Is there a promo code for this weekend on my website? There is not. You don't need one. There is a huge sale happening right now on my website at lailbymail.com for International Scrapbook Day. When you go there, you'll see a big banner that has balloons. Click that. That will take you to the sale area of the website. I think yesterday morning there were 300 some odd products. Now, nothing is new. Well, I won't say necessarily nothing is new, but I don't want you to go, oh my gosh, I just shopped last week or within the last month and now, I missed out on a sale. Nothing that is brand new has been put on sale. So still great products, but still on sale. I have brought in some oldies but goodies. Those are on sale, and then also brought in some special things for the sale as well. So you don't need a coupon code for that. Everything is already marked down for the sale. Some good fun deals on some great products. So great question, Irene. All right. welcome. Okay, let's get started. Let's flip the camera and let's take a look at some of the new goodies, okay? So there is like zero walking room in here. I need to turn off the overhead light. If I don't turn that off, that will cause quite a bit of glare for us. So let me try to scooch back in here. And let's rotate our camera. Deborah, I love it. Deborah said, my desk is clear, new notebook, and ready to play. Right? Who's ready to play today? I am ready to play. I hope you guys are ready to play. Lots of fun things to play with today. Let's see. Hello, Tiffany Fellon. Joe said, I have to go on your site today and check out the sale. Yes, you do. If you guys haven't been there, you really should go take a little stroll. LaelByMail.com. Debbie said, Lael, I love your new line. The travel theme is perfect. Yes, yes, yes. We'll take a look at that very shortly. Oh, thank you, Carrie, for the plug-in reminder. Yes, yes. Thank you for the plug-in reminder. Oopsie. Oopsie, just knocked that over. There's like, seriously, there is like every spare inch of desk space here is full. All right. Are we good? Are we good? We're going to have a little bit of glare to start off just because I have lots of shiny things. Lots of bright, shiny things. Okay. Pam, I love it. She said, shopping on your website is one of my favorite things to do, especially on new product release today. Okay, so let's dig in. Let's take a look at new products that launched yesterday. We're going to start out with the stamps and die. So there are actually 6 new Lael by Mail stamps that released yesterday, May 2nd. They are in stock and shipping now. Let's start out with this guy. And I will be using at least 3, if not more, of these throughout our list today. This one is called Documenting the Details. So that is a just nice, sweet 4x6 stamp set with 9 stamps. And those are great for really documenting anything, right? Super neutral, no matter what type of paper crafting you're doing, whether you're a scrapbooker, planner, traveler's notebook, or journal, or whatever you like to do. Those are nice, neutral stamps that will work in any of your paper crafting. So it just made sense to come out with those guys today. Love the artwork there. Super fun stamp set, documenting the details. Then we have By the Numbers Allison. This is the second in the By the Numbers stamp set series. I'll be using the first one on one of our lists this morning. But this one is called By the Numbers Allison because it is inspired by my friend Allison that I met 20 some odd years ago scrapbooking. It's probably more like 25 years ago. My friend Jessie and I, who had also met through scrapbooking, we went to a scrapbook store one night and we were scrapbooking and there were maybe 10 people there and my friend, this woman named Allison was there and we just struck up a conversation with her and she is very near and dear to my heart. Some of you saw me do the friends list that I did a couple weeks ago. That's this Allison. She does a lot of listing on her own and she reached out last year and said, hey, you know what would be really awesome? Have you ever thought about doing a set of numbers that has some writing in the numbers or next to the numbers or around the numbers? And so that is how this set evolved. Excited to use that stamp set. We use numbers a lot when we're working on our list, so kind of a new, fresh number set. Then we have this guy, Murphy Alpha. This alphabet I am so excited about. It's a 58-piece set, so this is a 5x7 stamp. But I love this size and I love this little font. But what's also fun about it is you have the solid version and you have the outline version in the same set. So I'll be doing a fun title with these today using both. When you have a set like this, it's really versatile because you can stamp in a solid color by itself, or you could stamp in a light solid color and then with a darker color, stamp the outline over it, maybe offset a little bit to kind of look like a little bit of shadow. You can use the outline set with a plain old ink, or you can use the outline set and then color it in with your Copic markers, your colored pencils, or what have you. So that'll be a fun one to start playing with. Before I get into the others really quickly. There is one new die with this release, and I know it looks very boring here. You're like, okay, that looks fancy. It is the Glimmers die. So this die coordinates with the Glimmers stamp set. So that is the word die, and then the shadow. So you can use either of those together, stamp your glimmers, and then die cut your metal Glimmers die. And then if you want to do an additional kind of die cut, it can give it a shadow or almost like a matte. So, new set. Now, these look a little bit different. You'll notice, you've probably never seen packaging like this from me before. Your Lail by Mail packaging always looks like this, right? Until it looks like this. The difference here is that this is part of a collection. These 3 stamp sets are part of my first ever paper crafting collection, my friends. It's called Postcards and Passports. So we'll take a look at the stamps first because we're talking stamps right now, and then we'll move into the meat of the collection. So with this particular, with these particular stamp sets, Postcards and Passports, there are 3. This little guy is a little 3x3 set. As you can see, there are 9 stamps there. Day 1 through day 9. So as you are maybe documenting your travels, documenting a trip, documenting a vacation, you can label your different days. But it can be used besides, or for other things, Reggie, other things besides your traveling, because it could be anything, right? It could be menu planning. It could be in your planner. It could be the first days of school. It could be, lots of different things. That is Postcards and Passports, and that is called Days. All right. Another 3x3 stamp set. That one, Postcards and Passports, mini icons. And this will start to give you a peek into the collection and the artwork in the collection. Very fun. So 12 mini icons plus the travel definition sticker that says, "We travel not to escape life, but for life not to escape us." We're going to do something very interesting with this collection on one of our lists today. So if you don't travel and you're like, yeah, no, not for me, I don't travel. Keep an open mind when you see what I do with it. The third of the stamp sets in Postcards and Passports, so the 6th stamp set in the release for the month of May, is called Say It. Postcards and Passports, Say It. Lots of really great, fun word art here, right? So vacation mode, simply amazing. And what you'll see here, there are things that you can use for travel, but things that work for lots of other things as well. Right here, right? That can be used for anything. Here and there can be used for anything. Simply amazing can be used for anything. Adventure often. Then you get into things that may be a little bit more travel oriented. The open road, let's get lost, vacation mode, travel log, and so forth. All right, so that is the 4x6 Say It stamp set. That's the first peek into, like I said, my first ever paper crafting collection called Postcards and Passports. So now let's take a look at that. Postcards and Passports. Starting out with the paper, 12x12 paper. This is available in the pack. I won't say ever, but I don't have plans to ever do any open stock paper, meaning that you could just buy one sheet of this, one sheet of that. So the paper is available in a paper pack. There are 12 sheets, 2 sheets each of 6 patterns, and everything is double-sided. So you basically have 12 patterns in the collection. Beautiful color palette. Right off the bat, I like to talk about these things because I think these things are kind of important for you guys to be aware of. I'm a paper crafter. I use all of these things, which I feel like makes me have a little bit of a unique perspective when it comes to designing products, because I know what I like and I know what we need, right? So this plain old Jane, well, if you could call that plain old Jane, that is the cover sheet, right? But the cover sheet is just like the paper. It's printed on the same cardstock, same weight, your traditional paper weight that you see with like Simple Stories and Echo Park and Photo Play, that kind of weight. But this was designed specifically so that you see all those little blocks. Each of those little blocks you could actually cut out and use. You could use it on anything, right? You get a nice little snippet of paper there. If you're working in a traveler's notebook, look at that. I mean, each of those little snippets could work anywhere on your traveler's notebook page. So you could totally cut all that out. Even this little header at the top. What a beautiful, nice little accent piece that you could cut out and use on pretty much anything. Even that, postcards and passports. On the back side, that is a usable pattern. So we put a pattern on the back side of that, and that is my my little kind of blue graph paper that you see in my 6x8 papers that I have. All right, that's the cover sheet. Now let's dive into all of the papers. So I will show you, as you remember, 2 sheets each of 6 different patterns. Go away, Reg. Seriously, dude, you're okay, here we go. Did you want to say hello? Did you want to say hello? Well, you say hello to the people, and then you're going to have to get down, because I know you're going to want to plop right there, but that's not going to work. Sorry, you guys. It's like, you know, if I had little kids, they'd be in here running around crying and screaming and wanting mom, but instead it's Reggie running around, you know, being everywhere. So let me just pull this chair out for him so he can, you want to be on the stool, buddy? Here. There you go. There you go. All right. Now he'll be good. Hopefully now he'll be good. All right. Anyhow, that gave you a chance to catch your breath, right? Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh yes, you do have the logo on there. Yeah, right? Totally. You have a nice little logo to use whatever you want. All right. So the first 2 sheets, you have this beautiful chunky rainbow. If you know me, you know I love a chunky rainbow. So chunky rainbow on one side, and then on the B side or the back side of that, you have the map pattern. All right. 2 sheets. If you're a 12x12 scrapbooker, you could do your double page spread like this if you wanted. Otherwise, you've got lots of patterns both sides, right? That's the first sheet. Then we move into, we'll hit those 2 guys last. This one, you have the travel words in lots of different colors. So just your nice generic travel words, really fun fonts that you will see throughout the collection. And then here you have a nice green geotag, right? If you have purchased my season pass project kits in the past, we made a big change, new printer with this Postcards and Passports collection. So this is the same printer that does my idea books, also does my themed traveler's notebook inserts, now also doing my papers. So this is your traditional scrapbook paper. If you're a scrapbooker, you know what I mean. And if you're not, you still buy the paper. So you know what it's like. No coating, no shine, no little bit of glare. It is on an offset press. So it is beautiful. All right. So then we come to this one, of course, Postcards and Passports. So you knew I needed to have a whole bunch of stamps. Look at all those amazing stamp icons. The back side of that, a nice neutral tone-on-tone pink stripe. It's a good green. I agree, Brenda. And then here you have the icons. All of those amazing travel icons that you will see in a number of places throughout the collection. And then just kind of a nice neutral ledger there. Then we have 2 cut apart sheets. So this one is your cut apart postcards, right? So your 4x6s and your 3x4s with a little passport thrown in. That is the A side, and then the B side, love this color combination, a blush and an orange. I love that color combination. That's the B side. And then we have your luggage tags, all right? Luggage tags on one side, and then your airplanes on the other. So that is the paper pack. As I said, 2 sheets each of 2 sheets each of 6 different papers, and then everything double-sided, so you have 12 patterns there. Nice and thick and good. All right. Now that's not all, right? Because, you know, I have to do other things. We'll take a look at the word strip stickers. So if you are just popping in, Melissa from Pretty Little Studio, yeah, she's still here. She did these for me. So she's amazing, so awesome to work with. But sent her all the artwork, and then she prints all of these and does the cutting and packaging and all that. So in this one, you have 91 stickers. That's a 5x7 sheet, 91 stickers, all things travel, right? You guys know me, you know I love my word strip stickers, so there you have it. Very specifically white. I mostly use white word strip stickers, so that's generally what you see from me. And especially when you look at all the bright color in that collection, your white will really pop. All right. Then we have the washi tape. I started doing washi tape again, you guys. So there's actually, this is one of 6 new washis that I just released. And when I say one, this is a set. All right. That is a 10 millimeter and a 15 millimeter. The nice thing about a 10 and a 15 is that you can layer them together, all right? So you have that nice chunky rainbow pattern, and then you have the little icons. And that is what they look like together, right? Love those two together, so fun. All righty, then we are going to take a look. There are not 1, but 2 die cut packs in Postcards and Passports. This one is the icons. All right, so there are 96 icons in this package. You guys, that is a lot of die cuts, 96. So this is what all the little die cut icons look like. You can see this exact image on the website. So if you're like, oh, I'd like to see those a little bit closer, you can see them on the website. But here we are. I have them all spread out. You've got taxi, you have buildings, you have a bus, you have some of those awesome little stamps that we saw, a globe. As you guys take a look at the collection, you'll see it is not specific. And of course, look at, there's like our little traveler's notebook. It is not specific to really any type of travel. It's not beach, it's not city, it's not country. It works for a lot of different things. You have a great little map there, some more stamps, a sun, an airplane, lots of great little icons there. So 90, what did I say? 96. So those are the icon die cuts. And then we get the words. So the word die cuts, there are 66 pieces in here. So smaller, or I should say fewer, because some of these are quite a bit bigger, right? Eat well, travel often. And we could just do this, eat well, travel often, eat well. Every day I'm traveling, arrive, have a suitcase, will travel. So there are a few icons in here, but really you'll see everything is predominantly black and white. Again, that's really for 2 reasons. Number 1, so that it pops, right? When you put these together, you don't need a lot of color in the words because you have so much color in the rest of the collection. But then the other thing is, because I'm like you guys, I mean, I want to use all these things. I want to use it with the rest of Postcards and Passports, but you know what? I'd also like to use these maybe with other travel collections as well. So if there's not a lot of color in these pieces, that makes them a lot more versatile. That means you can really use them with any of your travels. One last thing I'll point out here. When we took a look at the days stamps, remember we saw with the days stamps, you had day 1 through 9. You'll also see those day 1 through 9 in those word die cuts. All right, friends, so that was a really quick overview of the Postcards and Passports collection. I will be using that on our 3rd list today. But like I said, I'm going to use it in a little bit of different way. It's not about travel. So stay tuned for that in a couple of hours. Let me clear my throat very quickly. You guys, I'm so glad you like it. I am so glad you like it. Thank you, Christy. Christy said she came to say congratulations on the release of my new line. Thank you so much, so much, so much, so much. Here's the other thing about that. I just showed you all the a la carte products. Every single one of those Postcards and Passports products is available a la carte, meaning you could buy just the paper pack or just one of the stamps or just the die cuts of the washi or what have you. But it's also available in a big bundle. You buy the big bundle means you buy everything in the collection and it's 15% off, which I think takes it to about $65, which really good value because it's 15% off and that is marked, no coupon code needed. All right, this guy, just because, you know, new logo, we rebranded for the 6th anniversary really, which was in March. And so I did a new little enamel pin. The enamel pin is 1 inch wide, just to give you a little bit of reference point. All right, those you'll see as well. And then let's take a look at the new washi. All right, and when I say new washi, really only one of these is new. The one that's new is this guy. So this is a black ruler. These, the blush ruler, the classic ruler, and the navy ruler, I have brought back. These I initially brought out in 2022 when I first started doing washi. And they sold very quickly. I've had a lot of requests to bring them back. And so these guys are back, as is lots of requests for this one, the date washi. So let's just quickly take a look at all of those. Here you have black, classic, blush, navy. Those are just great neutrals, right? You could pretty much pair them with anything or use them as a standalone. So just really great, nice neutrals. And I will tell you, because this question gets asked all the time, yes, that is an actual inch. This ruler is actual, true, like ruler. The last washi is this guy, and it's almost a 3-in-1 because those pieces are all part of that same washi, and that is that date washi. So when I designed this, I did it very specifically with us in mind. When I say us, I mean when it comes to traveler's notebooks. So there are 3 different patterns, and then they repeat. So if you'll notice the sizing of each of these, they're sized to fit on your traveler's notebook, right? The width of your traveler's notebook insert. That's not to say you can't use them for other things, but size to fit here. So the first little guy has your months across the top and all your little days of the month across the bottom. And then you can use a little marker if you'd like to circle the month and the day. Here you have similar. You have months stacked along the left and your days stacked along the right. And then here you have months a little bit larger stacked along the top, and then your days 2 deep along the bottom. With all of those, if you can see, there's little tiny little dots. So it just gives you a little bit of color in your strip there. All right. And those are all also in stock and shipping now. Everything I've shown you in stock and shipping now, which is quite the feat, you guys. You have no idea. Oh my gosh, there's one more thing. And you know what? This is going to be our second live giveaway. I've got a lot of live giveaways to do. I almost forgot about this guy. This is this the 5th? It is the 5th. This is the 5th addition to the Lail by Mail craft storage pouch family. All right, so what we have here, this guy is 9.5 by 12. 9.5 by 12. Perfect for things that are 8.5 by 11. All right. So when I say that, I have 8.5 by 11 papers here. I actually put my papers for Little Craft Fest in here. The booth, all different kinds of papers that I needed for that event. Put them right into that 9.5 by 12, right? It fits 8.5 by 11 pouch with the top zipper, right? So in reference, this guy, I am going to put some ones next to it that are part of the family. This was what we released. Maybe this was the second one, I think. I don't know. I can't remember anymore. I think this was number 2. This guy is the traveler's notebook size. So this one is, internally, we call this the 7-11. So it's 7 by 11, 7 something by 11 something. Anyhow, that is it in reference. All right. So it is a little bit shorter and a little bit narrower. This, when I'm traveling, and I took lots of these with me to Little Craft Fest, but this is generally what I put my traveler's notebooks in when I am traveling. That just keeps them nice and safe and protected. Or other things, right? So that's the 8.5 by 11 or 9.5 by 12, I guess. That's 9.5 by 12. And this is the, I think, 7.5 by 11.5. This guy is your little kind of pencil pouch size, 5.25 by 9.25. Great for your pencils, your tools, your stamping blocks. Great to put in your purse, organize your lipsticks, whatever other things that you put in your purse. Nick always likes to make fun of me because I like to put bags within bags within bags. So yes, that is in reference there. And then we have, where is it? Well, I'll show you this guy. This is the 13 by 13. This was the very first storage pouch I came out with. And that has the season pass in it, but just to give you kind of point of reference, that holds your kits very well, your 12 by 12 paper, things like that. And then the Mac Daddy. The Mac Daddy is, ouch, owie, 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 that didn't feel good. This size, your 14 by 14. Your 14 by 14, sometimes people call this the kangaroo pouch because there is a separate, still attached, but separate front pouch. So you can put your smaller things in the front pouch and then your larger things in the pouch behind. All right. Those are the 5 now in the family of the Lail by Mail craft storage pouches. So our giveaway right now is another live one. Another live one, and that is a set of 2 of that brand new size. Beth, how much and how many are in a pack? Great question. So you can buy them singly, so you can just buy one. And then you can also buy them in a 4-pack bundle. And that is a 4-pack bundle in all of the sizes. And when you buy the 4-pack bundle, I think they're about 15% off if you buy the 4-pack bundle. And if I missed anything, I'm sure I missed lots of questions. So if at any point I have missed your question or your comment and you would like me to see it, just go ahead and type it again, put it in all uppercase. Once we're done with the giveaway, because there's a lot going right now, then I'll see it. Is there a mixed bundle? So Shanners, there is a mixed bundle. There is a mixed bundle right now of, there's a variety pack. But what I need to do, I need to make a bundle of all 5. So the bundle of all 5 is not there yet, but I need to add that. I can add that in between. All right, so your pack of 2. The winner of the pack of that 2 new 9.5 by 12 size is going to be Dawn Garrison. Hello, Dawn Garrison. Dawn, you are the random lucky winner of the two of the new size storage pouches. So let's go. Where is that? Yep. Dawn Garrison. Dawn, please send an email to lailbymail.com. In the subject line, put winner 2 new storage pouches, and then your email, or excuse me, your address in the body of the email, and we'll get your prize shipped out in about 2 weeks. Okay, friends. All righty. Are we ready to play now? I think we're ready to play. And I love it that you guys are saying all kinds of wonderful things. The pouches are amazing quality. And you can take that from me, or you can take it from all the people that are saying it's amazing quality. They really are a dream. Hello, Carrie. Nice to see you. I met Carrie for the first time at Little Craft Fest as well. Hello, Carmen. Okay, friends. And Sarah Radke. All right. We're ready to dig in. All right. Kim P. We got to read Kim's comment. Kim P said, just ordered from Lail by Mail yesterday for the first time. Excited to get my things. Well, thank you so much, Kim P. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you. All right. So let's dig in. Let's take a quick look at our lists from the last time we were together. Gosh, when we 419. We did 3 lists when we were together. We did this first guy called What a Day. So What a Day is a list that we do on a monthly basis. I think there are maybe now at least 4 to 6 maybe, lists that we do on a monthly basis. What a Day is one of them. So What a Day, we just pick any day during the month and make a list of things that we did during the day. Very much a time capsule, right? I wish I'd been doing this 20 years ago. How about when I was in college? Wouldn't that be so cool to just have a list of what like a random day was like when I was in college or when I was a new mom? Oh, golly, right? Very different. So things like this. I often say that when we do our creative listing, they're very much time capsules, but a What a Day is very much a time capsule because it's a little snapshot in time. And for this, I used some of the products from the spring summer season pass. Our next list was things I like more and less as I get older. We used Vicky's brand new Flower Emporium collection on this. So it's so much fun with this one. Did a little stamping over here. And as we're doing our listing, especially if you're new and you maybe haven't joined us in the past, when I start listing, and this first list will be a little bit different that we do. But as we're listing, I'm talking about things on my list, but I love it that you guys are also talking about the things on your list, even if you're not making a list. So like when we did this list, people were chatting about what they like more as they get older, what they like less as they get older, right? Things like I like more comfy shoes as I get older, as opposed to maybe things that are a little bit more fashionable, right? Anyhow, we had a lot of fun with that one. And then our third list was things I love about our home or our house. This one is an interesting one. Some of the lists that we do, you might feel like don't really work for you. Maybe you are living in an apartment. Maybe you are living at home with your parents. Maybe you're living in a situation in a place that you don't necessarily love. Doesn't mean that you can't do a list like this. It can be a twist, this type of list with a twist. So instead of things I love about my home, it might be things that I'd like to have in my dream home one day, things that I would change about my home if I could, things that I love about the home I lived in when I grew up. So all of our list topics, you can always, turn them 10 degrees, flip them upside down, change them a little bit to make them work for you if you felt like maybe something wouldn't work for you. All right, so those were our 3 lists. The first list we're going to start off with today is a list that we have been doing every month for 5 years. And it's a list called About Last Month. Let me grab my little products here. Oh, I know I'm going to end up changing one of my colors now that I've printed out my photos. All right, so About Last Month. We started doing this list in August of 2020. And it was just on a fluke. We had just started listing kind of in that March of 2020 with the pandemic. And I was just kind of thinking about different listing topics. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to make a list of what I did last month. That might be kind of fun. I didn't even have photos. That was our very first About Last Month list. So the idea behind, that's not the right one. The idea behind, we'll look at that one in a minute. The idea, there we go. The idea behind About Last Month is that you're just making a run-on list of the things you did during the month. So again, another time capsule, right? But a little bit of a broader time capsule. Every year I have a new stamp set. So for this list, I'll be using the 2025 About Last Month stamp set. I add photos. I add my list, do a little stamping and decorating, and call it good. So that was January. February is right there, right? Same stamp set, different types of photos, decorating, and done. This is the one project, friends, that I can say that I am completely caught up in my memory keeping or my scrapbooking, whatever you want to call it, because I have been doing it faithfully every month for the last 5 years. And there it is for March. So it's quick. It's easy. I'm not reinventing the wheel every time. If you look at the idea book, any of the idea books, you'll see a chapter in each of the idea books showing my About Last Month list and kind of talking about them a little bit. But the whole idea is to pick something, keep it pretty simple, use a lot of the same design elements over and over and over again so you can get it done. All right. So with that said, I need to pull this guy out. That guy is just there when I'm not working to hold all those together, but I don't want that in there, or else that will cause me all kinds of problems. All right, so for this list, I'm going to be using some of Vicky's Flower Emporium collection. I had it really quick. I had to think about that. There was a question, are the little bullet twine bows, ribbons, or stickers? So the little bullets, so let's take a look at this. These little guys, those little bullets are actually from the spring, summer, season pass stamp set. So part of the stamp set. And I had to use them because these pieces, those little twine looking bows, those are laser cuts from Vicky's Flower Emporium collection. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, well, my little bows stamps will be perfect with that. Hello, Gracie Creates. Nice to see you. All right. So here we go. The first thing that I do, let me get this product out here because, and I need, this is just for photography. I need the real one of that. If you have not seen Vicky's Flower Emporium collection, I believe that Terry has just linked that in the chat. It is amazing, and I will tell you, it is flying off the shelves. There's some of it that's sold out, and when I say sold out, I mean I am sold out of it, but I also mean 49 and Market is sold out of it. So with this collection, if you've been looking at it and thinking, yeah, I think I'm going to pick that up one day, I would not wait because it will not be around much longer. It's Vicky's first debut collection in her partnership with 49 and Market, and it is, of course, just amazing and beautiful, as is Vicky. All right, so I pulled some of these guys out thinking that I might use some of those, so we'll see. All right, so generally, when I approach the About Last Month list, usually I start out with the product I want to use. That's how I start. So I already had that in mind. And then I jump to the photos. So I have printed a 5x7 photo. That is one photo. And as you can see, that one photo is made up of 4 separate photos. I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer to print 99% of all the photos I print. The only time I move to another printer is if I need something larger. You'll see that in a list this afternoon where I needed something larger. I use the Epson Creative Print app to do this magic. So the Epson Creative Print app is a free app on the Apple Store and the Android, I don't know, whatever store. But that app works with any Epson printer, but I use it with the Epson Creative or the Epson PictureMate PM400. What's so amazing about that app, there's a lot of things it can do, but it has pre-configured templates. This is a pre-configured template. So all I did was open up the app, choose this pre-configured template, open up my camera roll, and move those photos into that template. So it's pretty awesome what you can do. Super easy to use. There is a free class on my website at lailbymail.com showing you all the tips and tricks that I've learned in using that app. Because if you have that printer and you don't know all the tips and tricks about that app, believe me, you're not using the printer to its potential. So anyhow, there we go. This is a little bit of a different configuration than I normally do. Normally I might have 9 photos or 12 photos. This one, 4 photos, because there's some pretty big things that I wanted to focus on for the month of April. So this guy, I need to trim down just slightly. It is 5x7. My Lail by Mail Traveler's Notebook inserts are standard wide. They are 5 inches wide by 8.25 inches tall. So 5x7, 5 by 8.25. I need to trim this down just a little bit, the width, because we lose a couple millimeters in the center for the binding or the stapling, all right? So let's see, that looks pretty good. I might just narrow this down just a titch, just a tiny bit on this edge. So what's nice about printing something like this is some of you really want to have small photos like this, right? You want to have little small photos. Well, you don't have to have one of the little special handheld printers to do that. You could use this same printer and then just print all your little small photos, still on a 5x7 or a 4x6 or a 3.5x5, and then cut them out from there. All right, so photo is the first thing I start with when I start laying everything out. And let's get our little adhesive here. Oh my gosh, April was a whirlwind. So I had sent an email to my design team. Oh my gosh, late on Wednesday night. No, late on Thursday night. I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys, I am so sorry. You don't know anything about the new release that's going live tomorrow. You haven't had a chance to order any of the product because it has been coming in hot and heavy and fast, and it's just now all arriving, you know, the last few pieces. And I said, I'm so sorry, but it's been a whirlwind. It has been such a whirlwind because actually, I think I'm going to go pretty tall on this one. I usually don't ever go all the way up to the top, but I think I'm going to go up to the top. And I said, it's been crazy because there was all the prep for the March release, and that was in conjunction with my 6th Lail by Mail anniversary, our 5th listing anniversary. So we had a lot of products that launched then. That was, normally we launch new products mid-month, but that one was a week later because we wanted to coincide with that anniversary. So now our time between releases was really compressed because I do an every other month release, normally mid-month, but now we needed to release this early for National Scrapbook Day. So between all of the prep for the March release, the big anniversary sale, all the new products we've been working on, Little Craft Fest, and now International Scrapbook Day, it has been like crazy whirlwind. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But crazy is good. Crazy is good. Carrie, I know, on the ball with Craft Fest pics. One of the photos from Craft Fest. Mitzi, is there a link for the stamp that has a little bow that Lael was talking about earlier? So Mitzi, that is not available a la carte. It is part of a larger stamp set that is in the spring summer season pass. But I will tell you, there are a lot of people. There are probably 4 or 5 different bows on that stamp set. And I've had a lot of requests to turn that into a stamp set that is not part of some of those pieces that are not part of that. So that is potentially on the schedule for later this year. We have a lot of stamps on the schedule for later this year. Okay, so I start with the photo first because as I start with the photo, that's going to start bringing out a lot of the colors. I can't really start picking the colors I want to work with and the colors I want to stamp with until I have the photo. Because as you see this, there's some colors really, really, really jumping out. And it is that blue loud and clear, isn't it? I mean, that blue is just loud and clear. Then there's almost a secondary here, and the secondary is a pink, kind of a brighter pink. So we have pink there in Rhonda's shirt. You've got some pinks and reds in the balloons. You have some pinks and reddish in our little ears over here, and then super neutral. So as I start thinking about ink colors, it's funny because I had these two pulled out because I was looking at the product before I printed the photo. I had these two pulled out, but now that I have the photo, these guys are not happening. For sure not happening. So let's grab our, let me put those two away. Let's grab our swatches. So I have swatched all of my Distress Oxide inks, which is primarily what I use for all of my, any kind of stamping I do. Colleen, I did plug in. Thank you, hon. Thank you, thank you. All right, so I swatch everything because it makes it really easy now for me to go, okay, I'd like to find a blue similar to this. Instead of picking out all of my blue inks and pulling each one out one by one, I can just flip through here, my blues, until I find I have a pretty good idea. Well, maybe Blueprint Sketch, Prize Ribbon, ooh, Too Dark, Chip Sapphire. But isn't that so much easier? Blueprint Sketch. Let's think about Blueprint Sketch because I'm going to pull that one out and then I will pull out the pink. So pink, Worn Lipstick, Kitsch Flamingo maybe? Let's look. Let's see what we think. I know I don't want to go with the red. Worn Lipstick. Ooh, Worn Lipstick. So Kitsch Flamingo is going to be a little bit brighter. Oh, no, actually, it's not. Oh, my gosh, totally different now that I see that, isn't it? I don't know. Worn Lipstick could be fun. Maybe we'll go a little bit more with that. Look at the difference in those. This one has a little bit more blue to it. Great pinks, right? Worn Lipstick. Or picked Raspberry. I don't know. I feel like I should do Worn Lipstick. I don't do Worn Lipstick often. Let's do Worn Lipstick. All right. That reminds me, have you guys ever seen there's a little meme going around? It's been going around for a couple of years about the little girl who has lipstick all over her face and her dad's asking her, what are you doing? And she's like, I got my lip pick. I got my lip pick on, my lip pick. And then he says, where'd you get your lip pick? And she's at Home Depot. Very cute. Or Homey Depot or something like that. Lip pick. All right. Those two. Now let me get the stamp set out. The one that is not for photography. Let's get the one that's nice and used. My back is to you for just a minute while I'm opening my drawer. Let's see where that is. I forgot to get that out ahead of time. I forgot that I had the one for photography and not the one for usage. Okay, friends, so how are you doing today? Are you enjoying your Saturday so far? Am I one of like 80 different places you're going today, right? That's what's so great about this community. There's so many things going on, and it's all free. You can just bop around on YouTube and see what you want and play and participate and have fun. And I know my friend Vicky has got a big one going today also. I think it's a buildable thing where you're doing something in each session that continues to build upon the other. All right. Paula Kraft said, need to get the season pass kit. It's good. I will tell you guys. Oh, okay. Guess what? Why not? Maybe should we do a little sneak peek, because they just happen to be right over next to me because they fell out of the little container they were in. I shared these the other night with my the people that had purchased the spring summer season pass kit, because we were doing our setup for our May Traveler's Notebook. So again, all about walking before we run. Season pass, the plan all along was to incorporate my own Lail by Mail washi into the season passes. So these are the now exclusive 3 washi that will be in the summer fall Lail by Mail season pass. Look at those. Aren't those so fun? Yes. Yeah. Anyhow, so yeah, the season pass, something you want to have on your radar for sure. All right. Okay. So I have my about last month, and then this, last month was April. So let's grab April. Here we go. So each about last month's stamp set, I think this is the 4th or 5th one that we've done. There's one every year. 6x8. This guy, very well used and loved. But this one has all of the months. It has the 2-digit numbers. So you can use them either as numbers or for the months, like this month would be 04. You have 2 different ways that you can kind of word it. You have about last month, and you have month in review. And then you have a couple of different years, 25, 2026, and 2027. All right, so we will do, I think it will go like this. We'll do about last month in, I think we'll do the about last month in the blue. Or, I don't know, we'll see. Let's get these 2 ready to go, and then we will, then we'll see. I'm going to bring out my little sample, my testing book there. I brought out my pencil board, which I need. I'll pull that one out just so it's a little bit easier to see. And I need a stamping block. I actually need a couple of stamping blocks. If you are new to me, or if you are new to stamping, a couple of things as we get ready to start stamping that are very important in my opinion when it comes to stamping. One of those things is to right size your stamp to your stamping block. What I mean by right size is, that's a pretty big stamp, right? Obviously I need to have a stamping block big enough for that. If you can right size your stamp, let me just get these things out of here. This is going to cause a problem. If you can right size your stamp to your stamping block. So this little guy fits on this stamping block. That's what this one was designed for. This is a 5" by 1". So if I can use something like that, that is very proportionate to the size of the stamp, it makes it much easier to handle. Now, if I don't have that, and this is what I have, I can still use this, right? It's just a little bit more difficult to handle because it's way larger. There's almost too much wiggle room there, right? There's too much wiggle room. Sometimes it's hard to get a good, nice stamped impression. So, first step, if you can, right size your stamp to your stamping block. So I always have lots of different stamping blocks. Some are Lail by Mail, and others I just, have on the website. Let's see this guy. Does this one fit? This one fits. So again, I right sized. It's a little bit larger, but I can see that the meat of the stamp, not that border, is where I need it. All right, so next step, super important. Test. I cannot stress enough that you always test before you actually do it in your project. And that's for a number of reasons. Number one, you want to make sure you don't have any little hairs or lint or something on your stamp that is going to prevent the ink from adhering, right? You don't want to have a little space in your stamped image because there's a Reggie hair, in my case, right? Cat hair in there. So if I stamp first, test first, I can make sure there's nothing that is in the way that's going to kind of mess it up. I can also test color to make sure I like the color. I can also test pressure. Depending on your stamp and the surface area of your stamp, you may need to provide more pressure or less pressure. This one's a pretty big stamp. I want to provide more pressure. If I have a little tiny word strip stamp, I probably want to apply less pressure, because if I apply too much pressure, it's going to totally flatten out and blur my stamp. All right, so that's the first thing. Well, first couple things. Right size your stamp to your stamping block and test. So we'll also test this little guy. Now, if we look at that there, we like those colors. I think it works. Now, the only other thing I might want to check, if I want to use some of these pieces to decorate with, I might need to go with, now that we look at that, the color is okay with the photo, but more of these pieces, I think we need to move to one of the other colors that we were looking at, which is probably a picked raspberry. So let me clean this guy off. Another thing that's really important, you always want to clean your stamp off really well in between colors. So if you're changing colors, clean it off and then also dry it off. The drying part is just as important as the cleaning. I use Distress Oxide inks. They are a hybrid ink, pigment dye ink. Pigment inks are a juicier ink. They give, I think, a little bit more of a complete coverage. So Distress Oxide, pigment ink, more complete coverage. But they take a second to dry. So if you have not completely dried your stamp, and then you re-ink it with a different color, those colors are going to blend. And unless you want the colors to blend, you may not, or excuse me, the colors would blend if you didn't clean in between. Now what I'm saying is, if you don't dry in between, the pigment-based inks are water reactive. So that ink will react with the water, and it could change the color of the ink a little bit, change the properties of the ink a little bit. So the drying part is really important too. Yeah, that one's going to be way better in terms of the kind of the colors I have up here. All right, so I think we're about ready. Let's take this little guy out of the way. We'll come back in to the next piece that's very important. If you are working in a traveler's notebook, if you are working in a planner, if you are working in any type of medium that does not, or base, that does not have a page that you can take out, right? We can't take these pages out. A pencil board is a really, really, really helpful tool, all right? Your pencil board is a fancy name for something that you slide under something to give yourself a flat surface to either write on or stamp on, all right? So if I am just stamping like this, it's okay, but I have things that have happened underneath here that could cause some problems. Even though this is pretty flat, that is a die cut, I believe. There's enough of a lift in that die cut from this paper that if I am stamping over here and part of my stamp is on top of this and part is off, I'm going to see a variation in my stamp. And depending on what is under there, it could be a pretty strong, variation where you'd really notice it. So I put a pencil board underneath. I am also going to now clip that pencil board in, so it'll make it a little bit easier. It's not moving around on me. All right. Next thing, I like to, let me look. Let me see where I stamped when I did this one. So starting about the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I know I've done this enough. This is now will be the 4th time this year that if I place the bottom of the stamp on the 5th line down, that gives me a nice gives me a nice, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, orientation maybe. That's not what I'm looking for, but that's okay. All right, so 5th row down, let's grab my little pencil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make a little mark there just so that's my reference point. We need to re-ink this now. Actually, I'm going to clean it off. It's just been sitting there for a little while since I first inked. So some of that ink on there was dry. A little, parts of it may not have quite been dry. So that when I re-inked, I might have a little heavier application of ink in one spot than another. So start fresh. Now, normally when I'm stamping, there's not all this time in between, right? So I don't need to kind of keep cleaning things off in between. But I do need to do that while we're working because, I like to talk a lot. Joanne H70 says she loves her test book, but going through more ink might need to invest in re-inkers. So, yeah, when you, to me, testing is a really important part of the process. I have caught myself so many times, especially like if you're spelling words, caught myself. I would much rather make a mistake or realize something as I was testing as opposed to, in my project. When it comes to re-inkers, we've chatted about that a couple times in the past. And this is my personal experience. And so that's just keep in mind, that's what I'm sharing. This is all I'm sharing is my personal experience. I am not a fan of re-inkers. I think the concept is great. So if you're like, what's she talking about? That seems really high. Why does that seem so high? Oh, no, I know. All right. Oops, I moved that just a tad. So when it comes to re-inkers, the concept of a re-inker is that you can buy a liquid to then, as your ink pad starts to run a little bit dry, you can buy a liquid of the same color and apply it basically to re-ink your pad. I don't know if it's me. I have tried. I've not had a lot of luck with re-inkers in the past. So I will just throw that out there. I know some of you have had a lot of luck. You really like re-inkers. I've never had a lot of luck with them. I can never quite figure out, it never quite seems to work as well for me as it should. All right, so there we go. One thing I will mention about re-inkers, if you are using re-inkers, make sure, this is so important. If you use distress inks, make sure you buy the proper re-inker. So if you're using a distress oxide, you want to buy a distress oxide re-inker. Even if it's blueprint sketch, does not mean it's the right blueprint sketch. Make sure you're getting the oxide re-inker of blueprint sketch. Blueprint sketch, as opposed to the distress inker. So distress are dye-based inks, oxides, pigment-based inks. Different properties. You don't want to put a re-inker of one onto the ink pad of the other, or else all those properties now just went out the window in terms of being blendable and using with watercolor and or with water and things like that. That goes far beyond my knowledge and use of inks, because I don't use them for any kind of mixed media. I use them for stamping and inking the edges of things. But there are some amazing things that they can do if you are into that or want to get into that. I have the bottom of the description box of this video is or actually 2 links. There are 2 links to some great articles on scrapbook.com that are talking about the difference in a dye-based ink and a pigment-based ink. And then also another article with examples showing you the difference between, and talking about the properties of distress oxide versus distress inks. All right, here's another really important part of the stamping process for me, in my opinion. I stand when I stamp. Okay, I stand when I stamp. Let's see. Joanne, are you talking to me? I'm not sure. About being in Tennessee? Or are you talking to someone else? I'm in Utah. All right, there we go. Nice, fun, bright colors. So I used Picked Raspberry and Blueprint Sketch because those worked really well with my photos. Okay. I know sometimes this is funny. Sometimes I see part of comments and then I don't know if they were for me or you're having a conversation with somebody else. Let's see. Okay. Let's put these stamps back. Always put your stamps. You notice I cleaned those right away too. Do yourself a favor. Put your dishes in the dishwasher at the end of the night. Know what I'm saying? Clean your stamps and put them away right away. It's so much easier to clean them than putting your dishes in the sink and then trying to clean them in the morning, right? Lots of dried on yucky gunk. Same thing with your stamps. If you clean them right away, your stamps will last forever if you take good care of them. All right, so now I am done with my stamping over here for a bit. I may put something there, but I think I'll end up doing an icon or rub-on or something. All right, now that one needs to be done. Moving on to my pen. I always use a Sharpie. And I've used Sharpie pen for, I don't know, years and years and years and years and years, probably 20 years. And I use it for everything I do when it comes to memory keeping. Back in the day, I'd use it for all my scrapbook journaling. I use it for all of my traveler's notebooks. That is what I use. It is a little fine tip. I like to use a permanent marker because sometimes you're working with things that maybe have a little bit of a slick surface or you want something not to blur right away. I was talking to someone at a little craft fest and she said, I can never find the right pen because I'm a lefty. And so as I'm writing, I'm basically going over what I've just written and then things smear. And I said, oh, then you need a permanent marker, right? It makes it a lot easier. So that's what I just used. That's a felt tip. That's why I just threw the other one away because eventually that little nib starts to wear down. All right, so there we go. Now I'm ready to start doing a little bit of decorating along the bottom. So I have pulled out some of the icons from Vicky's Flower Emporium collection. These are all die cuts. The collection is stunningly beautiful. So I think what I will end up doing, oh, that's probably upside down. Yeah. I think what I'll end up doing is just making a nice little border along the bottom here. And then I will cut off anything that bleeds over. This guy goes in the middle. This little one right here. And then I think we're going right in with all the flowers. I love this little leaf. So if I put a leaf here, I don't know, we'll see. Maybe the leaf goes over here. This nice blue. Maybe Posty needs a heart. Maybe Posty needs a heart. Posty always needs a heart. Gotta love Posty. I'll talk all about that when I'm doing my list over here. All right, so when you have a lot going on in a photo, right? When you have a lot going on in a photo and you're like, holy cow, how do I ever pick things to go with it? If you do something like this, embrace all the colors, right? Just embrace all the colors and then you're good. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just embrace all those colors. I am going to pull out a pretty nifty little tool-ish, I guess here. Highlighter tape. So highlighter tape can really come in handy when you have multiple die cuts that you place and then don't want to kind of lose their placement. So if I'm like, yeah, I like how those are all layered together. They're not stickers, they're die cuts, so there's no adhesive on them. But I can use a piece of highlighter tape to then basically take those, in this case, 3 separate icons and make them one. Okay, so I've taped them together. They are now one. Now I can take my tape runner to start to get most of the surface area there. Then I'm going to take a glue pen to then come in some of those little hanger offer spots, right? All right. And now I can place it as one piece. And what's special about the highlighter tape, it is meant to be used like to highlight textbooks or to highlight things in magazines or things like that. So it's removable. And if you think about it, if it's removable and it can be pulled off of a textbook without lifting any of the print on a textbook or on a book, then it can be pulled off of really anything without lifting any of the print or any of the paper. So that is highlighter tape. It's pretty amazing. Now what I need to do is I need to come in, get a little bit of adhesive right behind this guy because he didn't get any adhesive because he was sitting underneath. And then maybe just a little bit right there. Nope, that's probably pretty good. All right, because those pieces are bleeding off the bottom, you can see how they're kind of bleeding off the bottom and off of the edge. I do not like to leave those there. I do not like to leave things hanging out of the edges of my traveler's notebook, just because they travel all over with me. Sometimes there's a lot of people looking at them and I don't want any of those pieces to just get totally mangled. So they just bleed off the edge. I just cut them right off. All right, there we go. And now I can do the same thing over here. We'll just have a little bit of that guy. And then we'll have a little piece of that. Let's see, there's a little hair in there. Apparently I'm shedding. We'll do the same thing here. I'll just take that same piece since I have it out. That's easy. Place that. And I want to stay away from the whole bottom part, right? I really don't want to put anything on the bottom because a lot of that's going to hang off the edge. Fill in some of those spots with my little glue pen. And pick that guy back up and put him down. All right, and then let's lift that back up again. There we go. Now, generally, when I am doing my About Last Months, I am not incorporating any kind of pattern paper because the photo really takes up one whole side. And then over here, I'm doing my list. But this is how we can bring in all the color, right? We bring in all the color with our stickers or our die cuts, or if we have a lot of stamps and we want to stamp on there, we could do that. But here's the other thing. You see me use lots of different things in my lists. I always say you only really need two things, something to write with and something to write on. Beyond that, it's all icing on the cake. And you know, maybe sometimes you like a plain cake with no icing, right? Maybe you like banana bread, no icing on your banana. Well, I don't know. Banana bread can have icing, but anyhow, all that to say, you don't have to have all the things. Even if it's just you're making a list in a notebook every month. These are the things that happened about last month. These are the things that happened in April. You're still telling your story, and it's a good story to tell that really deserves to be told. All right, so we need a little something to go right there. My die cuts are probably a little bit too big for that. So let's pull in. I have opened up a pack of, actually 2 packs here. 2-pack, like 2-pack Shakur. 2 packs, 3 packs? I don't even know how many packs of rub-ons I've opened here. I think 2. Let me see. Oh, golly. Oh, my gosh. That was almost really bad. Almost did the splits. And I tell you, I do not do the splits. I stepped on this and went with my leg. Okay, we're good. All right, so I've opened up 2 packs of rub-ons. So I have parts of both. All right, let's move this guy off to the side. We're going to do this. Put these back over here. And well, that's the front and the back. Okay. All right. Just let me get organized really quick, and it will make sense why we want to do this. So this is the pack of rub-ons that I have in front of me. There are 3 sheets. These are 6 by 12 rub-ons. So if you have not used rub-ons ever, or you haven't used rub-ons in a long time, there's some important things to know about rub-ons. Wendy, I just saw your question. Wendy, I use the, Wendy said, was it mentioned where Lael gets her pictures printed or what printer she has? I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. It's an amazing little printer. It's about this big, and you can print 5x7s, 4x6s, and 3.5x5s. And that's what I use for like 95% of my printing. All right, so I have opened up the rub-ons. When we open the rub-ons, in this case, there are 1, 2, 3 sheets. There are actually 6 sheets. When I say six sheets, there's a rub-on sheet and there's a little protective backer. The operative word there being protective backer, all right? You want to keep these 2 sheets together. If you don't, that means that rub-on is no longer protected. If it's no longer protected, Murphy's Law, you're going to end up with rub-ons all over your desk, like literally adhered to your desk or your project or what have you. So as soon as I open a new pack of rub-ons, the very first thing that I do, hopefully there's staples in here, is I staple the rub-on sheet to the backer sheet. That is going to ensure that that does not separate. That is really helpful. Trust me, I've been using rub-ons for probably 28 years. That's super helpful. So I will do that with all 3 sheets. Now my chances of that happening are quite a bit less. I got 2 there somehow. Okay. Next up, once you find the rub-on that you want to use, you don't want to leave it on the sheet. I think we'll do maybe one more little butterfly up there. What do we think? I'm kind of liking this green. That little green one there, I don't know. The green one might not look so great with those colors. So let's look at, maybe we'll do this yellow. All right, so with that yellow rub-on, I want it to go right there. I would never, me personally, and you know I'm just telling you how I do things, doesn't mean that it's right or wrong, it's just how I do things. I personally would never try to apply that rub-on with all of that stuff around it. To me, that's a recipe for disaster. So my next step, when I find a rub-on that I want to use, I cut it away from the sheet. Then that way I'm working with a nice little manageable size. I'm not trying to be so careful to not get all of those where I don't want them. So there's my nice little tiny rub-on. I'm going to peel the backer sheet away. And I'm going to lay this where I'd like it to go. Let's see. Let me get my tweezers. It's a little bit hard to see with my little fingers in the way. Those are reverse grip tweezers. What time are we? I think it's time for another giveaway. Should we do another live giveaway right now? Guess what it is. I'm going to give away a set of the reverse grip tweezers. Mine. These little guys. Well, not this one. You'll get a brand new pack. But reverse grip tweezers for me are such an important tool when I am doing all of my crafting, whether it's a die cut, whether it's a rub-on, whether it's a sticker. It's a lot easier to figure out where I want to place and then place if I'm not trying to hold on with my fat little fingers, right? Reverse grip tweezers work opposite the way regular tweezers do. So if you think about regular tweezers, you have to squeeze them to close, right? So you're having to put effort in to get them to close and to stay closed. Reverse grip tweezers, you squeeze to open. What's nice about that is without doing anything, they're always closed. So I can do whatever I need to place something, and then I release or squeeze, and then that opens it up. All right, so that's what I'm going to do here. I think we like it about right there. Let's do it that way. We like it right there. Now, when it comes to rub-on, something really important. This is the opposite of Elsa. So we're channeling our inner Elsa, but we're channeling the opposite of Elsa. From Frozen. Elsa says, she sings Let It Go, right? And we don't want to let it go. We don't want to let go when we're working with a rub-on. So you notice my finger has been on that rub-on the entire time I've been talking. Don't let it go. I'll keep talking as I work. I'm going to use this little tool. I call this a rub-on tool. On my website, I call this a rub-on tool. It's not a rub-on tool. It is meant for embossing. So you can do some really cool things with these little balls, but I don't do that. I just use it for a rub-on tool. So I'm going to take my rub-on tool and I am going to start moving around on that rub-on. But you notice my finger has not moved. It's moved, but it is never lifted. All right, I don't want to let go of that rub-on. So now I'm going to rotate this, and I can move my finger, but I'm still holding on over here, and get that part where my finger was. I don't want that rub-on to move. That's why I want to hold on and not let go. If that rub-on moves just a little bit, it will skip. And then you'll have a little crack in your rub-on. Not the end of the world, but I prefer not to have cracks in my rub-on. So I'm just holding on the entire time, not letting go. Now, the rub-ons usually have a little like stick like them in there, so you don't have to have a rub-on tool. I just like that little rub-on tool. All right, I'm still holding on. I still don't want to let go. I'm going to grab my little reverse grip tweezers again, and I'm going to start to lift that sheet. But I'm not letting go. Hang on. There we go. I'm not letting go, because as I lift, if I see if there's any part of that rub-on that is not adhered, I can set it right back down in the same spot and rub again and then lift it off. As long as I'm not letting go, they're super forgiving. Once you let go, not as forgiving. All right, there we go. So that is ready to go. Now, the winner of the reverse grip tweezers of your very own set is Lisa Boulay. Lisa. Congratulations, Lisa. You are the random lucky winner of the, I need a special pen. Oh, we'll try this one. I'm switching these because I was going to do these this afternoon, but I'll switch them right now. So tweezers go to Lisa Boulay. Lisa, please send an email, lailbymail.com, in the subject line. Please write winner tweezers. And in the body of the email, please add your mailing address, and we will get those shipped out to you in a couple weeks. You guys will hear me say this over and over and over today. If you've placed an order and want and you win a prize, we'll just add it to your order. If you have placed an order yesterday, today, tomorrow, if you see something that you want to add to your order, you can, Terry, I haven't done it yet, but it is on my list. I'll do that one next, okay? But it's on my list to do. That if you see things and you've already placed an order, there's two things you can do. Although today I'm going to recommend that you just do one. Place another order. Place another order. When your orders are ready to ship, the team will ship them together and then refund one of your shipping charges. Because it's not over until it's over, right? Not done until your order's ready to ship. So you can continue to add if you want. All right, so now we're ready to do our list. Last thing I need is a bullet stamp. So bullet stamps are probably my most used stamps for me personally, because almost every list I do has a bullet with it. When I say it has a bullet with it, like this is a run-on list. I'm just writing and writing and writing. Remember in probably middle school, we learned that a run-on list was, or a run-on sentence was a bad thing. When it comes to listing, a run-on is always a good thing, because I don't want to be Ernest Hemingway. I don't want to have to write this soliloquy about things I love about my home. I just want to make a list, darn it. And I want to be a run-on list. So I need to somehow separate all the things on my run-on list, and it's a bullet stamp that I use to separate, because you can see visually where one starts and one ends. So I need a bullet stamp. I think I will use, continue with the picked raspberry for my bullet stamp. There are 3 different bullet stamps: Bullets and More 2, and Bullets and More 3. I am just going to look for a stamp that might work anywhere in here. Ooh, what? I don't know. Okay, so you know what I might do? I'm thinking on Bullets and More 3, this could be fun. Do we see that little leaf? So what if I use that little leaf, and instead of using the pink, what if I pull in a green? That could be a lot of fun, I think. All right, let's do that. So green, before I grab the green, since I have the stamp in my hand, I'm going to do this right now. This, when I talk about right sizing your stamps to your stamping block, this is probably the most important example of that. when you have a little teeny tiny, right? Little teeny tiny bullet stamp, you want to have the smallest stamping block you can. If it's this, so be it. Just a little bit harder to work with because your stamp is so small. It's hard to get the right pressure and, place it where you want. That's where this little guy comes into play. This is the stamping stylus. Stamping stylus is a really long cylindrical stamping block, right? So that I can take my little teeny stamp and put it on the end. And then it's really easy to stamp with because I'm stamping like that, just like a pen or pencil. There is a little label on your stamping stylus, and that label is really important. That little squirrel on there. When you're working with such a long stamping block, it's really hard to see the stamp. So you're not necessarily sure of the orientation of that stamp in relation to how you're stamping, right? Because you could be stamping and have dried leaves because they're hanging from the ceiling, right? If you're not paying attention to the placement of that. And it's hard to pay attention to because you can't really see it. So that little squirrel is there to help you have an orientation of your stamp. Wherever you put the stamp in relation to the squirrel as you're stamping, if you're always paying attention to where the squirrel is, then your stamp is in the same orientation every time. All right, so I think we'll see if mowed lawn is it. All right, you see, I'm paying attention to where the squirrel is, and I have that same orientation every time. If I'm not paying attention to where the squirrel is, this is what happens. I end up with my leaves all over the place, right? Which, isn't necessarily a bad thing, but probably what I don't want. So I think, do we like that? I think that'll be nice. That'll be a nice little pop of color in there. All right, so we are ready. We're ready to start our list. The first thing on my list, I haven't pulled this out yet. This is my workbook. This is a workbook that I use every week as we are working on our lists. I plan all of our lists in here, the products I'm going to use. Sometimes if I'm doing smaller stamps, I'm using it as my little test notebook, what have you. I do everything in here before we ever sit down to list because I have to have all my ducks in a row, right? When it comes to about last month, when it comes to those things on my list, I pull those things on my list from a couple of different areas. Number one, always my camera phone, or always on my camera. I look at my phone, look at the camera roll on my phone, and that's what helps to fill in a lot of the blanks, right? I look at my calendar. There's a lot of things on my calendar that help to fill in a lot of the blanks. And then I have a list on my phone. It's a running list on my phone, and I just continue to add to it every month. So, if I'm like, oh yeah, Nick and I went to dinner at that restaurant. I want to remember that for my About Last Month list. Then it goes in that running list on my phone. So when I sit down to do this, it's actually very easy because I'm not racking my brain. I've done some prep work. All right. So About Last Month, April, we did had dinner at Soul Agave, and then the Utah Hockey Club hockey game with our friends Carrie and Karen with the Piotrowskis. All right, and then we're ready for our next one. So there's all kinds of things on my list. We finished watching 1923. Oh my gosh. You guys watch that? Holy cow, the end one. So the season just ended. No, not season. The series ended, so it is done. It is done. Oh, tearjerker. Tearjerker. Such a good series. Anyhow, we've also started watching a show called The Pit. Oh, that's a good one too. The Pit. It's very ER reminiscent. Noah Wiley or Grey's Anatomy, kind of, those medical things. Noah Wiley. I think he was he in ER or Grey's Anatomy? I don't remember which one. Anyhow, he's kind of the star in it, but it is about an emergency room in Pittsburgh. What's very unique about this one is that the entire season is one day. So each episode is an hour in the emergency room. Holy cow, it's good. So good. Yeah, so good. I think we're on episode 15 right now for the first season. So sometimes I am talking about in my list things that we did. Sometimes I'm talking about things that we're watching. Sometimes I'm thinking about things that I'm reading or buying or, whatever it is. We did, Nick and I did had a date night for dinner at the Blind Rabbit. We get in such a rut. We get in such a rut of going to the same restaurants, especially close to us, that we're really kind of trying to make an effort to expand our horizon to go some different places. If you do something like that too, we did a list a couple of years ago. It was during the pandemic, so we were not eating at any restaurants, right? We weren't going anywhere, but restaurants I want to try. So that's kind of a fun list to do, and then just kind of start marking them off as you go. But that was a good one, the Blind Rabbit. I did a, let's see. So, spent the night with my friend Sherry after their dog Willow passed. I was really worried about her. So I just reached out and said, guess what? I'm coming up. I'm bringing dinner and I'm going to sleep over. And she's like, okay. That next morning I did the press check for my new Postcards and Passports paper collection. Oh my gosh, that is fun. I mean, I don't know, fun. It's just, I'm at the printer and giant printing press. They have several in their facility, and the one, this is kind of cool. My first collection, right? Postcards and Passports. They were printing on a brand new press, and my job was the very first job. So that was cool. That was kind of fun. It's been years since I've done press checks, so that was a lot of fun. I went to, flew to San Diego for the Betty's retreat. 4 days full of crafting and laughing and eating and fun. This is a group of women that I have met over the years, and this was not a work thing for me. I've done it one time a year for the last couple of years, and this was the second time this year, really trying to more balance in my life, do more things for me other than work, right? So that was so much fun. And that was this photo. So I think there were about 18 of us there. And with these retreats that they do, they are always themed. So this one was a Disney theme. So this was photo of some of us. We all have our little ears on, and oh my gosh, had so much fun. Such a great group of ladies. Such a great group of ladies. In fact, Big Cheryl, if you're still here, Cheryl was there. Elise, I think it's on HBO maybe? HBO? Elise, The Pit, I think maybe HBO? Can't remember. Marilyn said, what do you use to clean your stamps and where would I get one? I use baby wipes and paper towels as I was taught 25 years ago, and I don't really care for the lint it leaves on my stamp. Yes! Marilyn, what I use is this little guy. This is a stamp chamois. All right. Amy, if you are, I think Amy has now joined us. Amy, if you want to put a link for the stamp chamois in the chat, that would be awesome. That there is also, I think it's also linked in the description box of the video. So those of you that are watching after the fact, watching the replay and not live, you can always find the things. You can either go to lailbymail.com and click stamp chamois, or thank you, Amy. Amy just put it in the description box. So that is what I use to clean my stamps. And Marilyn, it's for that precise reason. Your paper towels work, your baby wipes work, but in a lot of cases, they're going to leave lint. So you're cleaning ink off and then applying lint to your stamp, right? Which then you don't want to have, because then it prevents ink from sticking in certain places. So your stamp chamois comes hard, and then you just wet it. So you wet it when you're ready to use it, and then you let it dry. I store mine in this little guy. It's just a little salt cellar. And because I'm like working all day, if I just left this out in the open, it would dry out, right? So as I'm working with it, it just goes in there, and then I close the lid. And then as I close the lid, it keeps it nice and moist. This is one really important thing though. Don't leave your clothes in the washing machine overnight. You know where I'm headed with that? Basically, this is the wash machine, and these are your clothes. If you leave them in the wash machine overnight, what happens? You go to get them out, and they smell a little musty, yucky, moldy, whatever, right? So you just want that to dry. You don't want to leave it in overnight. But it's nice to have it closed, just so it stays moist while you're working. And you can use that. You can use, some people put it in a baggie, some people put it in a Tupperware or something. But if you're working for a while with your inks and cleaning, you want to use something like that. Just makes it easier. All right. This was the coolest thing, and you are going to hear about this again in my Glimmers list this afternoon. On that flight, I get on, and I look, and I do a double take, and I'm like, Kathy? Kathy looks at me, and she's like, oh my God, Lael, one of my best friends from high school was on that plane, and she was also flying to San Diego. And so we're talking over the seats, and the guy next to her said, hey, do you want to switch seats? And so I moved into his seat, and we sat next to each other on that hour-and-a-half flight and just caught up and reminisced. And it's probably been a good 20 years since I've seen her. So that was a really cool thing that was part of that. Although it's, well, I'm going to call her Kathy Dinger. Kathy Dinger. And then her married name, Burke, was on the same flight. That was so cool. Haven't seen her in years, talked the entire time. All right. Now, there are two, well, actually three. I had a quick trip to Arizona. Oh, forgot my bullet. That's why you need your bullets, because guess what? It's hard to, then I've got my little run on there. Oh, well. That's okay. Quick. Well, actually, it was 2.5, probably 2 days, over 3 days, so not so quick. Quick trip to Arizona to plan my next paper collection. It's for the holidays. It will be used in my annual December documented mini book project kit. Very excited about that, my December doc collection. So that will be part of my December documented kit, note project kit mini book. You guys that do that with me every year, but that will also be all available a la carte, just like Season Pass. And I will tell you, Season Pass is not Season Pass, just like Postcards and Passports. Postcards and Passports is mini compared to what we have planned for the December one, or not December, the holiday collection that will come out probably in late August, early September. All right, then two more big things. I don't even have room for these things anymore. Little Craft Fest. And really, that's just what I'm going to write. Little Craft Fest in Houston. I will be doing a list all about Little Craft Fest with photos. So I will expand upon that. I won't be doing that today. I'll do it in the next couple of weeks. And I know you guys will, I don't know, some of you may be doing a list about Little Craft Fest if you were there, but most of you weren't there, right? So we'll talk about how that will be my topic for the list, but how you can take a topic like that and make it work for any type of list. So I won't talk anymore about that for here. Other than it was amazing, and it was in Houston, and it was a stationery show, stationery fest with workshops, and then a whole marketplace. And they sold 3,000 tickets. And it was so much fun. I taught 2 workshops. I vended there. I had 3 big tables with tons of product. Nick went with me. Amy was there. Amy's friends, Rhonda and Joni, and Amy's daughter, they had all gone to attend, but helped me a ton. I met so many amazing people. I finally got to connect with some of you that I've never met in person. Terry, met lots of new people. We just had so much fun. It was amazing, amazing, amazing. So, more to talk about that when I do a full list about that. Then, how could we not talk about this? That man right there. That man, if you don't know, is Post Malone. We went to the Post Malone concert the day after we got back from Little Craft Fest. And let me tell you, Little Craft Fest was so much work. It was so amazing, but it was so much work and long, amazing days, but so tired. And then the next day we went to Post Malone concert and Jelly Roll. And we got home at about 12:30. So I've been a bit of a walking zombie. I love Post Malone. Love, love, love Post Malone. Post Malone lives in Utah. His last 2 tours, he has started in Utah because he likes Utah. So he's wanted to kick off his tours. Such an amazing concert. Such an amazing, amazing, amazing concert. We had 4 tickets. Sam and his girlfriend went with us. And Nick, totally surprised. I didn't know Nick had bought the tickets back in November. We had really, really, really good seats. And so it was fun because we were together. We were together with Sam and his girlfriend. We had amazing seats and such a good concert. So, can't say enough good things about Post Malone. So amazing. He likes to swear. So if you're thinking, I might like Post Malone, hey, I might go see one of his concerts. You just need to know he's the most polite person ever. Then he has a lot of swear words peppered into the polite. So you just got to know that. All right. So then the very last thing, I had my an appointment with my doctor. I've been working very hard on so many things about me, including my weight this year. Down, as of this morning, 27.5 pounds. Lots of work, lots of exercise, lots of paying attention to what I eat and protein. And so that was also kind of a good highlight. It was a good month. It was a good month. So there we go. That is my about last month for the month of April. And let me put these little things away. We'll do another prize and then we will keep going. Yes, someone said that they remember, Shay said she remembers when Sam hung out with him. So here's a funny story. Post Malone lives in Utah. We live in Utah. Post Malone lives about 10 minutes from our house. Now, I have to make it very clear. Where Post Malone lives and where Lael lives, even though 10 minutes, nowhere near the same place, okay? You just got to know. I do not live in a Post Malone income bracket at all. Not even anywhere close. But we just know. We just know around where he lives. So Sam, our younger son, has been a huge Post Malone fan for years. I'm going to clean up while I'm chatting, and then I'll do another giveaway, and then we will move on to our next list, all right? So Sam has been a huge Post Malone fan for years. Sam went to New Zealand a year and a half ago, maybe. One of his cousins was there for a year. He was on a work visa, and he was working there for a year. And so Sam and his brother, one of our other nephews, decided they were going to go couple weeks and hang out and tour and, you know, just kind of be tourists and do it with someone that lived there. So they go to New Zealand. They're there 2 weeks. The night before maybe 2 nights before they're ready to fly home, they're staying in a youth hostel or something, and they ask someone, you know, we just want to go to a bar, really, you know, small, you know, kind of dive bar. We don't really care. What do you recommend? And this guy said, oh, go to this place. So they go to this place, total dive bar. They walk in, and Sam says to his cousin, that's Post Malone. Post Malone is sitting at the bar. And the cousin says, Sam, just because a guy has tattoos all over his face doesn't mean it's Post Malone. Sam's like, that's bleep, 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 fill in the blank, Post Malone. So Sam is his mother's son. He walks right up to Post Malone. Excuse me. I mean, like, this is dive bar. There's no one there. Post Malone. Excuse me, are you Post Malone? And Posty says, yes, I am. And Sam says, oh my gosh, I love you. Can I buy you a beer? Sure. So Sam buys Post Malone a beer. And they chit chat. And then the beer's gone. So Sam says, hey, can I buy you another beer? And I'm like, why isn't Post Malone buying you a beer? So they have another beer. And Sam has a little tattoo of some kind of Post Malone reference or whatever. And so he's telling him about his tattoo. And then he says, yeah, and I live about 10 minutes away from you in Utah. And then Post Malone is like, oh, hold on. Because, you know, halfway around the world, New Zealand. And now this kid is saying that, you know, I live near you. And Sam's like, no, it's okay. I just know, you know, whatever. It was all good. But yeah, so Sam Malone, Sam Konkar, Sam met, hung out with, had a couple beers with Post Malone in a dive bar in New Zealand, right? You can't make that one up. You cannot make that one up. Alrighty, so we are all cleaned up. Let's see, what is our next prize? What's the next prize on the list? The next prize, oh, I know, I said Terry's thing. Okay, so Terry, will you just give me just let me know that you're here because I need to ask you a question. I meant to ask before and I didn't. So, Terry, if you'll just say, I'm here. Oh, Sam is such a charmer, Louisa. You can't even believe it. Yes, he is such a charmer. All right, while I wait for Terry, let's just double check. Let me double check. Let's see. If she's not here yet, I may wait. Oh, okay, Terry. So Terry, I came home with 3. And I know one is a special one you made for me. But I know I also have 2 of the special one you made for me. So I wasn't sure what the second special one is with the pink. And then I also have the third one. So will you tell me which one I'm giving away? Not my special one, but I don't know if it's the other special one with the pink or the other one without the pink. You know what I mean. Sorry for the code here, you guys. Sorry for the code. What I will tell you is, this is so sweet of Terry. If you don't know Terry, Terry is amazing. She has been a squirrel with us for quite a long time. And we met for the first time. Okay, one is for Amy. That's what I thought. Okay. So I'm going to show you first what Terry made for me, and then I'll show you the giveaway. So Terry came to Little Craft Fest and was amazing in helping and talking to people and arranging things for the squirrels to all meet and get together. And when the squirrels got together, maybe there were 10 or 12 squirrels, you know, us, Squirrel Squad, there, and she did a little swap. And she said, she gave these to me and said, I only have pink ones. No, Terry, I have the silver one and 2 of the little Traveler's Notebook pink ones. That's what I have. I'll show you all of them, and then Terry's going to tell me which one. So Terry made these things to give to the squirrels that were there, which was so very amazingly sweet. And then I said to Terry, these little charms, yes. I said, Terry, I would like you, because she makes these amazing charms. She used to have a business doing this for horse shows, I think. And I said, Terry, I want you, if you have more to make, or if you want to make more, I want to show the squirrels. So if people would like to order them from you, they can. All right. Yes, she would make them and sell them. So I'm going to show you what she made for me. And then it's not for your glue bottle. it is a charm for your traveler's notebook. So I'll show you what she made for me. She made this little charm that can hang on your traveler's notebook. It has this little squirrel squad, little charm with it. It has this cute little pencil, and it has this cute little flowers. But then look at this. She made a freaking little tiny traveler's notebook that is my pink. Like, look at this. She looked and looked and looked to find my pink of my fingernails. That, you guys know, that's my signature. But look at this. It even has my new little logo on it. It even has the little thing right there that is part of. This was just also amazing. And then I know everyone wants one, right? Okay. So then I've got to get this little part off. Because then look at this. This, like, really, it's like a real traveler's notebook. My fingernails aren't going to want to let me get in here. Hang on. Oh, and then this little elastic comes off like it does in a real traveler's notebook. Look at it. It's got a little mini traveler's notebook inside. Is that not the cutest thing? I mean, like, literally, the workmanship on this is just amazing. So Terry is going to post info about the charms in the Facebook group, okay? Lail by Mail Facebook group. If you're not in the Lail by Mail Facebook group, go to Facebook, search for Lail by Mail. There's a Facebook page and a Facebook group. Group is private, ask to be part of it, and then I will let you in, and then you'll see all about this on Terry's, okay? So she made this for me, but just amazing, right? And I love it. You guys are saying, take my money, Terry, take my money. And if you're like, I don't really know what to do with a charm like that. Well, this is what I do with my charm. It goes on the elastic of my traveler's notebook. So right here. Clips right there. Not fun? You could also clip it on the front, but it's just nice, really fun little piece there. So I said to Terry, I said, these are so amazing. I know. Okay, so let's just do this. Ashley, so if you're not on Facebook, you can send me an email and I will hook you up with Terry. So send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com and then I'll hook you up with Terry. All right. So now this is the part that I don't know. This is what Terry made for all the squirrels that were there, this version, all right? And so it's got a little charm on it. It has that cute little squirrel, and it has this cute little piece. So Terry, now this is what I don't know. This is what I don't know. I don't know which of those that I am to give away. I don't know if I'm giving this away or if I am giving this one away. All right, so just let me know, and then I'll draw the giveaway. But isn't that so sweet, you guys? And here's the deal. Somebody just typed this and said, you know what? What an amazing community, right? What an amazing community. Because Terry made these for all the squirrels that were there, and then made that amazing one for me. So I just love the way that you guys care for each other, and it just gives me all the warm feels. All right, and now they're little Shrinky Dink. I know, right? Little Shrinky Dink. Okay, Terry. So I will wait for Terry to tell me which one of those is the giveaway. And while I'm waiting, we're going to talk about our next list. And Terry, I love that. Kate said, what a wonderful glimmer moment. Terry provided so many. I know, right? Because that was a lot of work, right? That was a lot of work. I gave you one to keep in one of the mini. Oh, okay, guess what, friends? This is the one. Well, not this one. I have another one over on my credenza. How old am I? I must be like 92 to call that thing a credenza. Anyhow, so I have another one of these that we're giving away courtesy of Terry. So I am going to scroll, and the random lucky winner of that is Laura Stucker. Laura, congratulations. You are the random lucky winner of that amazing Squirrel Squad charm set. So Laura Stucker, I need my, here it is. I need my Zig Photo signature marker for that. Laura Stucker. Laura, please send an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please write winner, Terry charm set. Please include your shipping address, and we will get that out to you in the next couple of weeks. Congratulations, Laura. And you guys, again, thank you so much, Terry. That, like, when she gave that to me, I just about cried. It was just like so special because it was so personalized. Yes. The two giveaways were in a little bag that I gave Amy. Okay, I will connect you. Oh, okay. I'm so confused, Terry. We'll get it figured out, right? But that was the right one, right? And if it's not the right one, then I'll just have you make one for me, and then I'll buy it and then send it to the person. Okay. All right, our next list. Our next list is one, interestingly enough, when I looked at the date on this, was from our last celebration, which was March, whatever. The 22nd, I think. We had started a list, and I decided to turn it into a 2-page list. And we did one side of the list, and we did not do the second side of the list. So we're going to finish this list today. So the list that we did, that we started back then, was things I'd like to dislike. Okay, things I'd like to dislike. Lots of things that I'd like to dislike. I'd like to dislike shopping. I'd like to dislike perfume. I have a lot of perfume. I really like perfume. I wish I didn't like it as much. I would really like to dislike wine because I like it so much. I'd like to dislike sugar. Lots of things I'd like to dislike. And as we were working on that, I started thinking, we should probably do a things I'd like to like list to go along with that, right? So that is what we're doing here. This is a things I would like to like list. So what I did, as we were working on it, as soon as we decided we're going to make it kind of a 2-pager, I added that piece. That was the piece that I cut off of the piece that was here. So it's already kind of started for us. So I'm going to set this one aside for a moment. We're going back to this particular, our last Traveler's Notebook. If you did this list and would like to also do the things you'd like to like, you could do them even if they're not together. But if you didn't do the things I'd like to dislike list, you could still do the things I'd like to like list. All right. So for this list, I was using the Just Saying collection from my friend Kelly Bangs. So I will pull that out. That I have stored in one of my big 14 by 14s because I've got all my little things down here. And then I've got my bigger things up here. Let's see, stickers, maybe? I don't know, maybe a sticker, let's see. If I want to do sticker or if I want to do die cuts. Let's just see what we think we want to do here. All right, I probably actually want maybe a little piece of pattern paper down there from the collection. So let's see. Just as a nice base. That brings in a little bit of the yellow from the plaid. Now, a lot of that will be getting covered up with my list. It changes so much by what I put down, right? Pink. Stars, no stars. Plaid, I think the plaid is going to be a little bit too much. So this collection has 12 by 12 paper in it, and I just cut down my 12 by 12 papers to 6 by 8 because I knew that would be the size that I would be looking to work with. So I think, you know what? It's going to be a little unconventional, but I'm going to do this guy. So let's get those papers put back away, and let's grab our trimmer and see where we need to mark this. So this one is things I would like to like. Things I would like to like. Like here's one on my list, cooking. I do not cook at all. At all. I don't do any cooking in our house. I mean, that's not 100% true. I mean, if Nick's out of town, and then obviously I eat somehow, but Nick does all the cooking in our house. There are a few things that I make that are really good, but I really don't cook. And I just never really cooked. When Nick and I first got married, Nick was in sales, and he was local sales. Oh, that's a little bit, I didn't quite make that wide enough. Oh well. Local sales, so he was out and about all day, every day, and could come home every day before I was home from work and make dinner. So that's kind of how that all started. He just was always been the cook in our house. Interestingly enough, my dad when I was growing up, when he was home, because he was in the Navy, so he was gone all the time. When he was home, he liked to cook. He would cook. My grandpa, his dad, loved to cook. Jack, our son, is a chef, so he loves to cook. I just missed that cooking gene somewhere along the way, I guess. So I would like to cook. I just don't. And probably the reason I don't like to cook is because I clearly have no clue what I'm doing. I have no clue what I'm doing. I love that, Amy. Amy said, those are girl dinner days, right? When Nick's out of town, I have girl dinner. I have, maybe a rice cake with some egg salad on it, or maybe I have peanut butter and celery, or maybe I have fruit and cheese and maybe a little salami. Right, girl dinner, right? That's girl dinner. That's fun. That's funny. But yeah, I don't cook. So I would like to cook, but I don't. So that's one of the things on my list. All right, I am pulling out some of my, one of my 6x8 paper packs. So that 6x8 paper pack, the one I pull out here is just the grid. And that is the grid that you saw on the back of the cover sheet in Postcards and Passports. But I am going to cut a little piece of this for my list, and it will be, well, let's just make it the exact same height and width as this one. There we go, width, and then here we go, height. So it's like white cardstock, but it just has a little bit of a pattern on it, just to give a little bit more visual interest. Elise, I love to eat but hate to cook. Yeah, me too. Mrs. Mean Pants, I love you. Mrs. Mean Pants. I don't know if I've ever seen your name before, because I know I would remember that. I think Mrs. Mean Pants. That's so funny. Mrs. Mean Pants said girl dinner is like girl math. Yes, like shopping math. There is a funny meme that was rolling around, oh my gosh, probably like 10 years ago, about shopping math or girl math. And that this woman cartoon person is talking to her man cartoon husband or something. And she is saying that she went shopping and look at what she bought, and then she made money. And he's like, what? She's like, well, yes, I bought these jeans, and these jeans were only $80. They were $20 off. So I took the $20 that I made from buying the jeans, and he's like, whoa, hold on. You did not make money. You spent money. And she's like, no. I took the $20 I made from the jeans and then bought these boots, and the boots were buy one, get one free. So I took the $100 for the free boots, and then I turned it into, and it's so funny. Oh my gosh, it's hilarious. But it is, yeah, girl math, shopping math. All right, so I need this yellow, and I think that yellow that I had outlined with, or not outlined, but inked with, was probably squeezed lemonade. And then let's see, the pink ink that I used, probably, I'm going to say Kitsch Flamingo. Let's see how well I know my pinks. I think it's a little bit lighter than picked raspberry. Kitsch Flamingo? Now I can't tell, huh? I think it's picked raspberry. If it's not, it'll be close enough, right? It'll be close enough. Picked raspberry. There we go. Are we hanging in there? Let's take a quick time check. It is 10:30 Pacific time. Oh yeah, we're doing great. 11:30. Oh yeah, this one needs to go quick because we got one more after this. We have about an hour and a half. Is that right? Hour and a half before we break? Yes, it is. Okay, we're good. Crafting math too, right? All right. So we need that my little ink blending foam tool, dealies. So I had inked the edges of this paper just to make it a little less stark, right? So you can see that kind of yellow there. I'm going to do the same thing again. So we'll take that. I have pulled out my ink blending foam storage cases. This is a product that I have on the website. We do these in both the mini blending foams. So that's the mini size. And then there's also tiny, the little teeny tiny ones. But basically the storage case gives you the case. It gives you 2 sheets for your inks. There's probably 10 or 12 different ink types and brands. So with the minis, with the case, you get the cover, 2 sheets, 20, there's room for 20 little foams per sheet. So your case will hold up to 40 of your blending foams. You can buy them with the foams, without the foams. No, obviously, none of this is done for you. None of the swatching is done for you. But makes it really easy to organize all of your little foam, because you need to know what color is what, right? When you have like all these pinks, you're like, I don't know which color is which. I don't want to cross-contaminate. When I'm using picked raspberry, I want to use picked raspberry. So your kit also includes 40 of those little Velcro fasteners, because your little heads have little things on the back then that stick to the Velcro here. And then your tool has the Velcro as well. So sticks there. Then you also have 40 of your pre-punched circles that you can then ink up your circles, write the name, and then kind of get all your little inkies organized. All right. Oh gosh, why did I pick that one out? I don't want picked raspberry, Lael. I need to redo that one. That guy is, back of that has come off now. I better still put that in. Okay, I'm going to put this off to the side because that will cause me a problem later. That will fall right out. What I really meant to do was grab squeezed lemon, because I inked with squeezed lemon. All right. That is one of Amy's brilliant ideas. This little foam storage case. All right, here we go. I put the head onto my little tool. I'm picking up ink in a circular motion, and actually really quickly, let me clean my hands. I have, I think, remnants of a couple of different colors of ink on my hands, and that's where these guys come into play, right? Yes, Flora, it is a handy little case, right? So there are, I have all of my Distress Oxides, look at that, stored in those two little cases. So if you have a lot of ink, you can do them by brand. If you maybe don't have a lot of inks, you could, mix the brands in your little case. All right. Put that over there. We're going to take a quick hydration break, friends, okay? If you have not had something to drink in a while, grab a drink, because important, right? Important to stay hydrated. All righty. Now let's do our inking of the edges. I use my little tool and just apply that ink. This, my friends, is as mixed media as I get. So if you were coming to Lael today expecting mixed media, here you go. If you were coming for mixed media, go visit my friend Vicki Booten. All righty. Okay, all done. And then that, I just want to put back right away so I don't lose it. Pop that right back off onto there, and then I will use my little wipe to clean my fingers again. Pardon my reach. All right, so here we go. I'll show you just side by side. If you're like, well, I don't really know, does that really make a difference? Here you go. That really makes a difference, right? It just kind of helps to tone down the bright, stark white. And then it's going to just sit nicely now on that. Okay, so we need a couple of different stamps. We need all the things, and we need by the numbers 1. So let's see. Some of these I know I have out already. Let's see, in the giant mess of product that's all over the floor. There we go. Oh, no, don't want that one. Maybe I have used that. Where would that be? Where's the one I would have used? That by the numbers 1 was brand new as part of the March release. And that tells you how crazy life has been. That is not even like put away or organized yet. It's still in the original package. Debbie, hi Debbie. Debbie's got the perfect girl math there. And you know, people are smart. They're on to us women. They know how we think. When they're like, oh, if you add $4 more or $10 more, you'll get free shipping. Or, as Debbie said, adding a $25 item to your cart just to avoid an $8 shipping, right? I did that. I was able to shop a little bit when I was at Little Craft Fest. It was pretty crazy, but I was able to shop a little bit. And then Amy shopped for me too. But I can't tell you how many times I fell into that trap. Oh, well, if you just buy one more of those, you get this bag for only $5, which I never would have bought the bag otherwise. But then I'm like, oh, sure, I'll spend more money than to get a bag that I would never buy in the first place. That's just sometimes how we are, right? That's all right. Okay, so we needed, by the numbers, 1. And we need all the things. Let me get that one. All the things is an oldie but a goodie. All the things. So the idea behind all the things is that, I don't know, this one's maybe like 3 years old. We've had this guy for quite a while. The idea behind all the things is that you kind of call it a Garanimals type stamp set. It's kind of a mix and match. You have little prompts that then you pair with your handwritten words. So my favorite things about is one of your prompts. And then you could pair that with this summer, last month, last year. You can do things I'm looking forward to this summer, next year, last month, what have you. Things I'd like to do over. Things I'd like to dislike, right? Things I'd like to like, which is the one we're doing now. Things I'd like to do again. Things I'd like to appreciate. Things I wish. Things I did well. So it's kind of your Garanimals mix and match. Things I'd like to like. I am going to, let's see, grab my little acrylic frame there and put my stamps on. Things I'd like to like. So last time we did dislike and now we are doing like. Move this off to the side, move this off to the side. I am going to stamp over here. I don't need to adhere that yet. I might as well stamp over here first. But before I do that, oh yeah, we need to do this one first. Do our title first. Things I'd like to like. So I'm right sizing my stamping blocks. Like will fit very nicely on this guy. Put that face down and pick it up. And then things I'd like to. So that is long and narrow. That is probably going to be the best one to use because it fits it. Whoopsie. It fits it. So let me talk about something here. You saw how I just picked up that stamp. I find it much easier to place your stamp down on your work surface and then pick it up that way, as opposed to trying to place it this way, especially if you have something that's super narrow like that. Trying to get it so it's nice and straight sometimes can be a little bit difficult. But sometimes when I try to pick this up, you may have noticed it didn't pick up. The reason that one didn't pick up is because it's so small. It has enough like little dust or lint on the back that it will not stick to my stamping block, right? So if that happens, sometimes this happens with your little bullet stamps too because they're so small. So even if they get a little bit of lint or dust on them, they won't stick. So I just grabbed my wipe that I've been using. I could also do my chamois. And now I've cleaned all that off and now it will be sticky again, all right? And that's just the back side. So if that ever happens, you didn't do anything wrong and there's nothing wrong with the stamp. You just need to clean the back of it because it's just got life on it. All right, so things I'd like to like. Now what I need to decide is, as we look at this, what other maybe stuff do we want to add over here? I think I'm going to do this along this side. So that'll be a little bit different, but now it'll kind of be framed instead of putting this over here. I'll do it this way and then write my things to the left of the letters or numbers. So let's see. Oh, I was going to look at these stickers. These were both die cuts. What might I want to do? What if we did, I haven't used any of these yet. What if we did maybe, hey now, look at what we could do. Hang on here. This little speech bubble, can I fit in the speech bubble things I'd like to like? I mean, it fits, but I don't know. I think what I might do instead, it would be a little bit tight, and I don't know if I'll like it tight like that. What if this is here? If this is right here, this goes here, and then I do my little title right here. I need to keep in mind this. I need to make sure I have enough room for that. So this one over here, I'm going to do it. We're just going to do it. So it will stick a little bit above. Let's try that. I'm good there, right? Actually, it needs to pop down just a little bit more. Gently, gently, gently peel that off. I'm actually just going to go ahead right now and put that in because I will end up continuing to move things around. So it's just going to be easier if I go ahead and adhere that now. And we'll just do our stamping while it's in there. That's all right. All right, now we can place this guy again. Reshape him. Still have room for my numbers here. Yep, okay. That will work. And then I'll put something else in there. We'll need to put a flower or something in there because it will... What about this guy? How about if we do this little guy right there? And then one of these little hearts. There we go. All right, so we brought a little bit of black in. Oh, but that'll work with our writing. Okay, let's get this guy ready. Next, or do we want to do this first? Ooh. Things I'd like to like. Yep, we'll do that over there. Okay. Just had to kind of think about that for a minute. Just had to think about it. Okay, what's something you would like to like? What is something that you don't necessarily like, but you would like to like? Wanda wishes she'd like to walk. Like go on walks, you mean? I think that's what you mean, right? Is that the right color? All right, it's not. I can tell. It's not picked raspberry. It is the other one, Kitsch Flamingo. And it's just going to be off enough that it will bug me. So let me just switch that out. Let's grab Kitsch Flamingo. Uh-oh. Dropped one. And that never happens. That's like the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. The peanut butter side falls on the floor and it falls face down because that's Murphy's Law. That one fell face up. Thank you. That's a glimmer. That's a glimmer for today. When my ink pad fell and fell face up and did not ruin everything on my floor. All right, so let's try this guy. Things I'd like to... That's it. All right. So you may have noticed I have two different stamping blocks out here. I have one for things I'd like to, and then I have one for like. The reason why I do that is that I like to control the placement of the stamps. Okay. If I try to take this stamp and put it on the same block as that stamp, the extra padding around each stamp is going to limit how close I can get the two stamps together. If I'm stamping them on the same block. That was wet, don't want to leave that there. So I prefer to stamp them separately. then I get to control all the things. I'm a bit of a control freak. Huh, Amy? Amy knows that about me. Tracy said veggies in general. VS Vicage, making my bed. Also, she said making up early. Sarah would like mushrooms, raisins, and pickles. And you know what? Let's just make it better. Sarah would like to like a dish with mushrooms and raisins and pickles all together. You know, if we're saying we might like things, we might as well really go all out, right? Cauliflower. Susie wished she loved healthy eating. Yeah, me too. Flora wishes she liked country music. LOL, being a Texan, this is required. Oh, Flora. We were friends. We can't be friends. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I like me the country music. Now.
What time are you breaking?
I haven't always liked country music. It's more of a new thing. Oh, never mind. Things I'd like to like. What time I'm breaking at noon Pacific.
Okay.
All right, things I'd like to like. Yes, I haven't always been a country music lover, but I'd say within the last 10 years, yes, very much so. But new country, I'm not an old country person. Not an old country person. Oh, I like it. Amy said no, I'm just very decisive. I'm just very decisive. Yeah, the older I get, the more decisive I get, huh? Yeah, that's true. All right, things I'd like to like. Now, going along the same lines here, we'd like to do a little underline, a little double underline. Oh, why? Oh, I know why it's doing that. Yikes. All right, here's a little lesson. I had started using my Sharpie on our giveaway sheet here, which, by the way, I need to get moving on those. I'm going to do a giveaway right after I explain this. How about that? Ink like this, slick surface. Your pens don't like to write on slick surfaces. And because I tried to write on there, now my Sharpie is not wanting to write very well. So let me see if I can revive it. I may not be able to revive it at all. It might be done. All right, so lesson learned. Don't do that. That was brand new. And now it is done because of whatever ink property was there. Let's just throw that away. If you want to write on a slick surface with a pen, the pen you want to use is this guy, a Zig Photo Signature. That is meant for writing on slick surfaces, like photos, or like in the idea book. If you're taking notes in the idea book, then you want to use a pen that is meant for writing on slick surfaces, because you will really muck things up. Muck. I said muck with an M. Just so we're clear there. I don't want you to think I said something else. All right. Here we go. Do my little outlining. And then we will do our stamping over here. Now this may look a little odd, but I am going to do it that way. And then we'll write everything on this side. So the by the number stamp set. This, as you notice, 1 through 10, but it is 2 separate stamps. It's 2 separate stamps for a reason. If it is 1 stamp, then you're kind of forced to do 10, or to really kind of do masking, to mask up part of that. So I thought it might be helpful to do 1 stamp that's 1 through 5. So if you want to do a shorter list, you've got your 1 through 5. If you want to do a 1 through 10, then you just stamp both. All right, so that's what I'm going to do next. Stamp those guys. We'll pull out our little 5-inch guy again. Oh, I said I was going to do a giveaway. Let's do that. Let me see what's on my list next. What's on my list? On my list for giveaway next is, oh, how about this one? One of my brand new, released last month, or in March, one of my brand new Traveler's Notebooks, and that is the Navy Scallop. Navy Scallop. If you missed all of that, I came out with 4 brand new Traveler's Notebooks in March. So that is one of the 4. And the random lucky winner of that is, let's see who the random lucky winner is. Let me go to the bottom and then we'll go up to, this is funny. Well, it's not going to be this person. I will do the person above. It was Amy. Amy Sonneman. Amy's not the winner. Heather Graham. Heather Graham, you are the random lucky winner of that navy scallop traveler's notebook. And Heather, if you already have that one, then we can just swap it out for one of the other new ones. So congratulations, Heather. Please send an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, Navy Scallop TN, and in the body of the email, please add your mailing address, and we'll get that off to you in a couple of weeks. All right. So I think while I'm here, I should do another one because I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 to do. Let's see. The next one I'm going to do is this. These were something that I brought in as prizes for our March celebration, and then enough people said, I want to buy that. So I brought them in. This one, Lail by Mail ceramic mug for drinking whatever beverage you'd like. It has the little logo on both sides, so no matter how you're drinking, you can see it. And then whoever's watching you drink can also see it. Or you could put your pens and tools in it or whatever. So with that one is going to Ashley T. Ashley T's comment was, my husband and teen are gaming today. I am crafting. Congratulations, Ashley T. Please send an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, mug, and then put your mailing address in the body of the email, and we'll get that shipped off to you in the next couple of weeks. And those are on the website now, friends. So if you feel like you need a mug, or if you feel like you need a very nice Lail by Mail canvas tote bag, those are on the website also. Okay. And then we still have lots more giveaways, so don't be sad if you didn't win yet. Okay, don't be sad yet. All right. So let's ink up our 1 through 5. This stamp set was actually inspired by a request that Karen Haynes made. Karen one day said, hey, in one of our lives, hey, could you do a stamp set that has like all the numbers together? Because I like to do like a list like this, but I would like to have all the numbers together so I don't have to stamp each individual number. But that's a good idea. So that's how by the numbers 1 came into play. By the numbers 2 is already done. You will see by the numbers 2 come out next release, so in July. And then by the numbers Allison we talked about. So I am going to do this. I find it a lot easier, instead of trying to do vertical like this, I find it easier to stamp this way. So I'm going to turn my stamp and then also turn my stamping block. That makes sense what I did there. A lot easier. Oh, okay. Now what did I do? Oh, I'm a dummy. So here's what I should have done. I forgot that I'm working in a traveler's notebook where I had already done things, right? I should have had a pencil board right here. When you're working in a traveler's notebook that's still blank here, you are fine. You don't need to put a pencil board here. But I had already done things. This is a prime example of what happens when you've got something that is causing an issue with one of your stamps, right? Because it's running into stuff over here. So that's what happened there. So I need to do a little bit of, well, you know what? Let me just try. I'm going to try something. Sometimes this works. Generally it doesn't. But we'll see if I can make this work. Let's put our pencil board there. I might be able to try to come back in here and stamp that again. There still is the ink on those numbers that didn't adhere from before. Let's see if that works. Well, it worked really well. If you wear glasses, you might see this. Do you see how it's a little bit blurry? Because I didn't get it exactly on, but that was actually pretty good. So that worked. When that doesn't work, there's some other things that you can do. You can take a colored pencil, if you have one that's the same color or similar color, and try to fix that. Kind of color in what didn't stamp. Or you can take like a little Q-tip and try to paint it in with the ink. Just depends. But that worked. All right, that was all because I did not have my pencil board. There were other things that got in the way. So let's put this back there so I will make sure that that does not happen again. All right, now we're ready for the other numbers. 6 through 10. So originally I didn't have 10 things when I was making my list, and then I started thinking about how I might want to do this, and I'm like, oh, it might be nice if I used the same numbers so it had some, sense of continuity from the left page to the right page, so that I thought harder about some other things. So I have 10 things on my list. Get that all inked up. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to live on the edge. Okay. I'm going to press firmly in that center part. Character, exactly, Kelly. I always say, that's how you know it's handmade, right? AI didn't do that. If AI did that, it would be perfect. Although there'd be like a weird hand sticking out of it, right? Because you ever see some AI things, you're like, something was not quite right there. There we go. That's how that top one should have looked. What a pencil board does for you. All right, let's clean this all off. And put this little guy away. We're done with this set. All right, let me just get these things picked up very quickly. Get them out of the way. And then we need to figure out what we're going to do along the bottom, because we need just a little something along the bottom, I think. This one goes here. I just remembered. So this is where my mind was headed right now. I'm like, oh, wish I had a person that would just clean all this up right after me. They just pick up all these things, and then I'd just be here talking and working, and they'd be picking all the things. Then I thought, oh, kind of like a surgeon. And when you're in surgery as the surgeon, you're saying scalpel and whatever. And then it reminded me that someone said that she was a nurse for 40 years and that the ER, like they show in the pit, is just like that. I remembered reading that, but I just remembered that. Living on the edge, stamping on the edge, right? Carol said something. Ingenious turning the stamp, right? So what she means by that, remember I'm like, well, how am I going to do this? This is kind of awkward. We just need to sometimes just think, right? If this is awkward, how can we make it not awkward? Well, it's much easier if we turn it this way, but we can't turn it this way because it needs to go this way. Not if we turn it this way, right? So sometimes things are a lot easier than our brain wants us to think that they are, right? All right, so where do you suppose I have that little washi? Let's see, can I find it easily? I'm just looking here in my little washi drawers over here to the side. And do you think it's where it should be? No, it's not. I don't know where it would be, that little washi. No clue, it's not there. So, we'll just use something different. I could use this one, this Days of the Week one. It's just kind of the same. I just like it to kind of be the same, look-ish. And really, those days really have nothing to do with it. It's just looking for a narrow washi that is black. All right, that works. And then we might want to do, I don't know, do we need something else over here? Maybe not. Maybe we'll just write because we already have this here. Let's see. We'll start our writing. All right, things I'd like to like. My number one I said before, I would like to cook. Things I'd like to like. Cooking. I just don't. All right. Number two. Yeah, I don't even know if I'd like to like this one. Budgets. Bad word. Budget. Bad word in my book. That's why I work really, really, really hard. I work really, really, really hard so that budget doesn't have to play into my world as much as it might otherwise, right? Now, I obviously have to say I don't buy all the things because I can't, because I am not living in a Post Malone neighborhood, right? Silence. I'd like to like silence. I really struggle with silence. It feels like that I always have to fill the silence. So if I am talking with someone, that I feel like I always have to fill the silence, right? And so from what Nick tells me, some of our son's girlfriends find that a little intimidating. So I just feel like I always have to fill the silence. And I think this has gotten much worse in the last 5 years because doing this, there really can't be silence. I have to fill all the silence. I have to be saying something all the time. Otherwise, you think that you lost me. You think you lost sound. So I wish I liked silence, but I really struggle with it. Here's another one. Resting without guilt. It's a lot easier for me to do that on a vacation, right? Because when you're home, there's still, well, when you're on a vacation and not home, there's still things to do, but not like the things at home when I think, oh, I really should do that laundry, or I should clean up the closet, or I should organize these things, or I should go clean up my craft room, or I should be working on new stamp ideas, or I should be, no. I wish I'd like to like resting without guilt. And a lot of these things, this one I wish I could. I just can't. It's just not in my nature. It's just not. All right. Ashley, who's planning something for lunch? What are we having for lunch, you guys, in our break? I hope you're thinking about some food. All right, next one. Beets. I'd like to like beets. They look like they'd be really good. But anytime I put one in my mouth, I just, no, sorry. Nope. Beets. I've tried, but no. Nope. No beets. Do not like the beets. Yeah, Mitzi, this is me. Mitzi said, when I'm trying to fill silence, I end up asking questions about the person. And then my kids think I'm questioning or interrogating people. That's exactly what it is. And I'm sure that's why maybe the girlfriends thing, maybe I seem intimidating because I'm not going to talk about myself the whole time. So of course I'm going to ask them questions, but I can see how that could be interrogating, right? Have I ever roasted them until brown on the edges? Lauren, I have never roasted beets. Carrie said hard pass on the beets. Yes, beets, hard pass. All right. Terry, thank you. Terry said, those of you that are on Facebook or in the Facebook group, she has put up the post for the special edition Traveler's Notebook Glimpse and Squirrel Squad Glimpse. Glimpse? Clip on a glimpse of fun. Oh, a glimpse. Oh, how fun. Yes. So those are those little, oops, that's attached. Those things are in the Facebook group that you can get from Terry. Beets and salad with a lot of homemade ranch. Yeah, petite mint. Guess what? Take the beets out and that would be fine. Oh my gosh. Raw or heated canned beets are gross. Pickled, nope. But roasted like steak fries, they are awesome. See, I learned something new today. You would never know coming into today that we'd have a 10-minute conversation about beets, did you? Debbie said she wished she liked self-help books. Totally get it. Juiced beets. Roasted beets are the best. Pickled beets are amazing. I hated beets and now love them, Glow says. Beets taste like mold, Joe says. Okay, yeah, so many beets. Beet hummus, oh my gosh. Next year, like beet steaks. Beet lettuce. The beets are good in salad with lots of dressing, right? You cover anything with dressing, you can deal with it. Okay, beets, no. Here's another one. I really wish things I'd like to like, but to be honest, I really don't. Constructive criticism. I would like to like constructive criticism. It's hard for me. It's really hard. I take it all personal. So it's hard. Nick and I have discussions about all the time. And it's maybe constructive feedback would be an easier word, but still the same thing. Even constructive feedback, I really struggle with. Especially when it's from my husband. I say, I feel like you're attacking me. I feel like, and he's not at all. He's giving me constructive feedback, not criticism, but feedback. I'd like to like it, but I don't. I don't know how to deal with it. All right, here we go. Next one. Hot tea. I like the idea of hot tea. I like the idea. It tastes like dirt. All right, so I wrote hot tea, I like the idea, and then in small parentheses I wrote, it tastes like dirt, hot dirt. Who wants dirt water? I do not want dirt water. Now, if it's a tea that's like a hot tea and it doesn't have, it doesn't have sugar in it and it's not, well, I don't know, maybe it's artificial, but like a cranberry apple hot tea I could drink, but hot tea, just a hot tea, I'd like to like it, I like the idea of it, but not at all. Another one, going to bed early. I'd like to like going to bed early. I don't know. Can't do it. Or if I do go to bed early, then I end up waking up around 1:30, and then that's not a good thing because then it doesn't ever go back to sleep. So I'd like to like going to bed early. I'd like to like letting go of things I can't control. Getting better. If you have not read the Let Them book by Mel Robbins, that is a huge help to me when it comes to that. And I'd like to like doing laundry. I know there are some of you that love doing laundry. You love folding it. You love putting it away. I do not. I love to vacuum. I like to vacuum. So if I was doing things I like, things I'd like to dislike, things I'd like to like, things I like, vacuuming would be on the list. All right. So you know what? I think there we go. I need to add my little roller date stamp at the bottom there. That was March 15th. Oh, I guess it was a week before we did that. March 15th when we did that list last. And today is May 3rd. My little handy dandy roller date stamp here. I'm so impressed with myself. We've been stamping and I haven't used black yet. It used to be back in the day, black, when I first started stamping, black was the only color I would use. I just was like, I can't use any color, it has to be black. Not so anymore. May 3rd, 2025. Oopsie, there we go. Things I'd like to like. That is our second list. All right, so let's get these things put away. And when I say, wouldn't that be nice when I say let's? Okay, let's deal with that. That fell into the ink pad when it was open. So let's get that cleaned up. When I say let's get these things put away, I would love it if you would help me, but unfortunately that is not possible. So get that cleaned up. Oh, all right. That was a nice mess that I just made there. So I am going to do something very quickly. I feel like I need to try to get that off. So I'm going to just put this here for one moment while I go get something to clean that off with, okay? So bear with me. Yikes, yikes, yikes. I should have been thinking about what I was doing there. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get some spray cleaner and try to walk out of here without stepping on something. And then we'll do another giveaway when I come back, okay? So, do another giveaway as soon as I come back. All right, so let's see how this works. I use this to clean this desk all the time. My granite guy said this was the best thing to clean with, but I don't think he imagined that I'd be doing that on there. It's just this like Walmart glass cleaner. I don't know where you get it, but so let's see. Let's cross our fingers, friends. Okay, so I got it off enough that I can then, I'll come back to it later with a little bit more elbow grease and it'll be fine. Now here's the thing. I guess it's a good thing that it's this, this like marble pattern or whatever, because then you don't really notice it. Oh yeah, okay. What did you do today? Well, I was on a YouTube live and this lady started talking about beets for a while and then she was cleaning her work surface while we were all watching live. Woo, okay. Okay, thank you for letting me do that. That is why we clean our stamps right after we use them. That's why we put our dishes in the dishwasher at night, right? Because it's much easier to clean if you can clean it right away. Woo, okay. There was lots of elbow grease there to get that off. All right. Okay. Let's now throw that somewhere so that doesn't get in the mix. Okay, I'm gonna have another hydration break. Let's have a quick sip and then I will draw another prize. Baking soda cleaner by Myers removes everything, even rust stains. Baking soda, I gotta look for that, Kelly. Right, Karen said, I know, right? We like to watch maybe cleaning videos, things like that. You just didn't come here today for a cleaning video. All right, let's get these things put away. Our next giveaway is, let's see what's on the list next. Oh, a Listing with Lael idea book, volume 3. This came out in March as well. So if you are new to me, I have 3 idea books. Our idea books are all from our Saturday listing sessions. So the first one is for the first 3 years, 2020, 2021, and 2022. And then we did one in 2023 and we did one for 2024. So we'll continue doing those idea books every year as long as we're listing, hopefully a really long time, right? So the winner will win that. And if the winner already has that, then the winner will reach out to me and say, hey, I already have that. And then we'll find something else for you. Okay, so that winner, the winner of that idea book 3 is going to be Flora Carswell. Flora Carswell. Congratulations, Flora. You know, it's very interesting. So, Flora, I have, there's another person that sometimes, another one of you guys, right? A crafter, and that I met through teaching. Her name is Fauna. So I always joke with Flora. I'm like, Flora, I'm so sorry. I always joke with Fauna. I'm like, Fauna, do you have a sister named Flora? You know, like Flora and Fauna. So you're Flora. You must be Fauna's sister. Just kidding. All right, Flora. And now Flora, do I still have you here? There we go. Flora Carswell. So Flora, congratulations. Please send an email to laelbymail@gmail.com with winner idea book 3 in the subject line and your address in the body of the email, and we will get your idea book shipped out to you in the next couple of weeks. Once we get through all of the orders from the sale. All right. So we are now done with this guy. I'm going to put this guy away because that's the only reason I had him out was we needed to finish that list. Okay, our next list up. This is our last list for this morning session, all right? So we have, let's see, a little bit less than an hour. I better get on my giddy up here. All right, we're just going to move these things. Our last list for this morning session is called Micro Adventures. I saw this popped up in my Instagram feed a couple of weeks ago, and I took a screenshot of it because I'm like, I really like that idea. Really like this idea of micro adventures. And so I knew I wanted to do a list. I knew I wanted it to be a list topic for us. And then as I started thinking of what we were doing today, and then started thinking of the launch and release of my brand new Postcards and Passports collection, I thought, you know what? This is the perfect list to do with that collection. So micro adventure. Okay, Lael, intrigued. What is a micro adventure? Micro adventure is things that you can do, little adventures, things to experience, places to see that are near you. All right. So not far. It's not, you don't have to get in the car and go on a long trip. You don't have to get on an airplane. So a little micro adventure. They could be day trips. They could be going to restaurants maybe that you've never been to. They could be things that you do after work. They could be things that you even easily do from your house. Things that could be short, simple, local, cheap. All right. So micro adventures. Tiny adventures. Perfect. Deborah calls them tiny adventures. I love that. So this whole concept I'd never even come across before. I'd never even heard of it. But I thought, you know what? This would be a really fun thing, I think, for us to do as a list, because it really made me go, okay, micro adventures. You guys know I love to travel, and I like to travel all over. Nick and I love to go in our RV. I love to travel internationally. I do a lot of travel teaching. I go to events. I just love to travel, but you can't always be gone, right? So in the times when I'm not gone, actually physically out of my city or state, what could I be doing that would still give me that same amount of pleasure that I get from traveling? So that to me is what a micro adventure is. Petite Mint said taking a walk on all the trails in your city, a tiny adventure. Exactly. So Tracy said staycations, and it could totally be a staycation, but it could even be something as small as like going on a hike somewhere, going to an arboretum, going to a museum that's in your area. Just kind of fun little micro adventures. I love it. Debbie said her husband did day excursions while he was recovering from rotator cuff surgery and couldn't play golf. And yes, I did create a traveler's notebook of the adventures. I love it. Deborah, since Deborah's been doing these, she said tiny adventures, picnic at a park, a flower garden, a memes restaurant, hike, weekend road to nowhere trip. April said field trip to Buc-ee's. Yes, I've never been to a Buc-ee's. Not yet, one day. Taking our dog for a ride. Car ride can be one, exactly. And you guys, like we talk about a lot of things, you get to decide what a micro adventure is. You get to decide what a tiny adventure is to you, right? Because it can mean something different to everyone, kind of like a glimmer, means something different to everyone. Mitzi said going to Beauty Lab. Going on a Flora's going on a micro trip to the little craft place store today. Yes, that's a good one. That's an awesome store, right? So different, just kind of a different idea, especially as, if you don't have all the time in the world, if you have young kids, if you have aging parents, if you have pets, if you have, budget, whatever it is, doesn't mean that we can't have adventures. Maybe we just need to kind of bring them back in and look at micro adventures. So I came up with a really fun list for me of micro adventures that I want to focus on this spring and summer. So that's the whole idea behind micro adventures. For this one, let me look at my list. What are we doing? Oh yeah, postcards and I'm like, what collection am I using? Postcards and Passports, Lael. For this one, I am using the Murphy stamp set, the brand new Murphy stamp set. Let me grab one of my samples over here. I will tell you, the Murphy stamp set is also our next prize. All right, so we'll do that in a bit. So let me think about this. I had sketched out something that I just saw somebody do. And I loved the way that it looked. It looked so cool. So let me find these two stamps, and then I will tell you about it. I'm grabbing In the Box and In the Box 2. So I think when we were together last, I had mentioned someone that I had kind of been newly introduced to, Elizabeth, the Joyful Sojourn. She had purchased some of my products and had done a YouTube video about them, and she had tagged me. So I watched the YouTube video, and she was doing an unboxing of some other people's products as well, which she introduced me to some new small businesses that I didn't know, and so I of course went and shopped those because I was very excited by what I saw. She and I got to meet in person at Little Craft Fest. And then she just did another video, and she works a lot in planners and had done a really fun kind of planner spread for the week. And she used the In the Box stamp set, and she did some really cool things with them. So I thought, you know what? I'm inspired by what she did with In the Box. And so that is going to be kind of the start of my list. And basically what she had done was, I usually use In the Box for writing things, right? I'm writing my things on my list in the box. But she was using the boxes for decorating and actually putting things in the boxes. And I thought that's really cool. So I thought that might be kind of fun to do. So that's what I'm going to do with this guy. It will be a 2-page list. Let's go ahead and see. As I look at the paper, Now, someone yesterday asked when I was doing a live, she said, so is it only 12 by 12 or do you do 8 by 8 or 6 by 8? And I said, right now it's only 12 by 12 because this is me. This is Lael. This is no big company behind Lael. This is no American Crafts behind Lael. There's no one kind of funding it all. It's Lael funding it all. Well, my business and you guys, right? Because you guys obviously fund my business by buying. And I said, so for now, it's 12 by 12 because 12 by 12 is the lowest common denominator. Everyone can use 12 by 12. If they need smaller, they can cut it down. So when we work on our list, we will be cutting the paper down. So if this is a 2-page list, what do I want to do? The map would totally work. Now, oh no, I'm not using paper. I'm not using paper. Lael, I'm a dummy. I'm not using paper because I'm stamping on the, don't mind me. I'm stamping on the paper. So we need to start out with our title. My title is Micro Adventures. And so what I thought I would do is I thought I would stamp micro in the outline of Murphy Alpha, and then I'd stamp adventures with the solid. All right. Let me see. Oh, good. You guys are explaining Buc-ee's. Good. And I've missed a whole bunch of things. Let me just see here. Mitzi said she remembers seeing the billboard in Cottonwood Heights, near where I live, for a beauty lab that said "Buy the lips." I have seen it. Yeah, buy the lips, right? Basically, that could be a micro adventure. I guess if you want the lip plumpers or whatever, buy the lips. Lips. Oh my gosh. All right. So let's get this guy out, and I'm going to grab my letters. MICRO. Because I'll use the outline, and then because the outline will be, outlined and not solid, it will focus less on micro and then focus kind of more on adventures because adventures will be solid. All right, so I have a ton of colors to pull in here. I think what I will do, I think my micro adventures is just going to be white. I mean, not white, black. And then I'll pull in a bunch of the die cuts for the color. So that's my thought. So this guy, I am working directly on the insert. No pattern paper as a base. Okay, got my little outlining done here. All right. Even though that is going to spell a word, I will not stamp it at once. I, again, like the control that I get by placing one letter at a time. All right, so I just have to kind of figure out here, I set these on here, where I need to start for it to be centered. That's really small, so I might. Centered-ish, right? That's the one thing that you can't get by stamping them, all individually. You can't really find exactly where to start. So I just kind of, eyeball it. All right, there we go. There's that. I need my pencil board again. Let's get our pencil board right in there. And my little clip. Where did the clip go? Oh, here it is. Let's see. Can you post a link to her unboxing your products? I can't find it on our channel. I will, Marilee, I will do it in, because it's part of a video that has other things in it. So I'll put it in the Facebook group. All right. Let me just make a quick note or else I won't remember. Add link to Elizabeth video and Facebook group. Okay. And I will tell you the reason I saw Marilee's post because it was in all uppercase. So again, if I ever am missing something that you typed, type it again in uppercase capitals, then I will see it. All right, so here we go. I have not used this stamp set yet. Very excited to use Murphy. Murphy Alpha, that's one of the brand new ones that just released yesterday. Oh my gosh. Okay, that was funny. I'm like, wait, Murphy, I'm not spelling the word Murphy. And then I thought, oh yeah, micro, I'm okay. It does start with an M. All right. Carrie said, I love this. We take micro adventures all the time. I am a big fan of exploring where you live and doing all the things that are there to do in your own city, right? Yeah. I don't know. So because I travel so much, both for work and for pleasure, when I'm home, I feel like just life is boring. I'm like, oh, life is boring. But not if I plan micro adventures. But if I want to plan micro adventures, I better have a list ready at the ready. So when I'm like, what should I do? What shall we do? Then I've got my list of micro adventures. Carol, we loved seeing the adorable paper again. Yeah, that was not a ploy to get you to see the paper again, I promise. I promise. If it was, I'd just tell you. Hi, Val. Nice to see you. You're at the cabin. Very good. It's probably lovely up there. It's lovely down here. I think it's supposed to be like mid to high 70s today, I think. Let's see. Oh, and Amy's going to try to find it too. Awesome. So Heather asked a great question. Did I condition it first? I have not conditioned this stamp set yet. And I'm not worried about it for this one, for the outline. I will do it for the solids, and I'll explain what that is in a sec, what we're talking about here. Because there's so little surface area on the outlines, I wasn't worried about it. Ashley, great question. She said, Lael, will you be selling Vicki Boutin cut and paste? I love supporting your business. Ashley, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And yes, it is on the website right now. It is on my website right now, Vicki's Cut and Paste. So Vicki's Cut and Paste, as I'm stamping here, I will tell you, Vicki Boutin's Cut and Paste, that was her last collection with American Crafts. And a number of collections got a little bit scawampus with American Crafts. American Crafts is no longer doing anything like that anymore. And so some of the products came in for the last collections, Paige Evans, Benevolent, a Bo Bunny one, and then Vicki's. Not all the products came in, which means there's not a lot of information out there to try to find, but means that not all the products were actually manufactured. So it seems to be, for the most part, 6x8 paper pads, some 12x12 paper pads. So basically, at least for now, what you see out there is what is available and will most likely only be available. All right. So just kind of another heads up. Like I gave you guys a heads up at the beginning that said, hey, Vicki's Flower Emporium is a bunch of the products are always already sold out everywhere. And 49 and Market, to my knowledge, does not have plans to produce more. So sometimes with the collections, you never know. You see it, buy it, get what you can get, and then be happy. So there were a number, besides my Postcards and Passports collection that released yesterday, within the last couple of days on the website, there are a number of new collections that have popped up. The Pretty Little Studio Love is in the Air collection is now in stock and shipping. I'll explain what I'm doing here in a minute. The Vicki's Cut and Paste, Paige's Happy Haven, Benevolent Smiles for Miles, and then my gosh, Bo Bunny Colorful something or other. Anyhow, those are all now on my website and shipping. All right, what I just did, I conditioned those stamps. Your stamps, when you first get them, and this is any photopolymer stamp for sure, and probably even your acrylic stamps if you're buying acrylic stamps. They're not necessarily ready to be used right out of the package. When we did the rebrand to the new Lael by Mail brand, All of my stamp sets now have on the back this, a little stamp care. And then that QR code links you to a free class. It's about 10 or 15 minutes that I have here on my YouTube channel that basically goes over this process with you and why. And it is priming or conditioning your stamps before you use them. Now, like I said, I did it with these down here because they're so narrow. I wasn't really worried about it, the stamped lines, but these guys, when your stamps are made, there is a little bit of residue on them. And that residue can impede or prevent the ink from sticking to the entire surface area of the stamp. And it's just on pretty much every photopolymer stamp that's out there because it's part of the process. So you want to get that off before you start stamping. I just did it with one method. Amy, if you want to link to that, that free class on the website under the free class section on that process that I go through, it'll walk you through that, and it'll walk you through some other methods too, but it's just a good idea to go about that before you start using your stamps. All right. So usually I talk about that a little bit more, but because we have a hard stop here in 34 minutes, I want to make sure that we can get as far here as we can. So micro, let's see. My adventures is a long word, but I don't want to go too far. Let's see. Let me write this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I am, without doing any measuring, I'm basically going to go all the way to the left. Now, you could say, well, Lael, why don't you start in the middle with the middle letters and then go left to right? But that assumes that all the letters are the same width, and they're not, because we know some are skinny and some are fat. So we're just going to go. We're just going to go. All right. Oh, look at how fun those are together. Your solid and your outline. This font makes me so happy. It's just so cute. Murphy. So if you did not know, all of my alphabet stamp sets, with the exception of the first one, are named after animals in our family. So Reggie Alpha, now you know why it's called Reggie Alpha. Reggie the cat. That was even before Reggie was living with us. That was Reggie Alpha. But this one is Murphy, and Murphy is my mom's last dog, Murphy. There's another one that's coming out next in July that is called Timmy Alpha, and Timmy was our very first dog when I was growing up, and that was an old English sheepdog. That was named Timmy. And Timmy was, if you know the movie, The Shaggy DA, our dog Timmy was like the great grandson or the great great grandson of the Shaggy DA dog. Kate said, ugh, I wish I was independently wealthy. You and me both, Kate, right? You and me both. I got to figure that out. Figure out how to be independently wealthy. Unless I win the lottery, I don't foresee that happening in my lifetime. Right? All right. ADV. So when you are using your alpha stamps, I mean, it's a bit of a process, right? It takes some time, doesn't it? It takes some time. The benefit to using an alpha stamp as opposed to an alpha sticker is that with your alpha stamps, if you are taking good care of them, they will last you forever, right? So a little bit more of an investment up front than a sticker, alpha sticker, but you have them forever. And you will never run out of a letter like you run out of with your alpha stamps, right? Always run out of the E's and the R's and the T's and the S's and the L's and the N's. You know, they always said if you were ever on Wheel of Fortune, those are the letters to start with. RST, LNE. Micro Adventures, Advent. Okay, gotta keep making sure I'm spelling this correctly as I go. But yeah, you never run out of the letters because you always have the letters. Adventures. Now, takes more time though. That's the one disadvantage of doing your alpha stamps versus letters. Alpha stickers. Micro Adventures. What did Paula Crafts say? I don't know, I missed it. Oh, thank you, Paula Crafts. She linked, she had the Joyful Sojourn video is the one that says Stationery Haul, February and March 2025, about a month ago. And my products were at the very end. She just did another one though, Adventure, that was not necessarily a haul video, but it was a, like I told you, her plan with me video. And she used a couple of the stamps. Ooh, okay. She used a couple of the stamps in the box, and then the pencil board, and then also the Christine Alpha small numbers, I think. Okay, so you notice I placed that on the stamp block instead of picking it up. All of these I've been placing. The T I noticed was not stamping quite straight. I didn't quite get it on there correctly. So I then did the reverse method where I put the stamp down. Oh! All right. So that one is just that I did not press evenly. You can tell I'm getting in a hurry because I want to make sure we can get as far as we can with this list. I have a little bit of time at the beginning of our next one. So, when it's black ink, this is the easiest way to fix something. Let me show you before. See how it's just that little T is a little short on the right? Take your black pen. And just write it in. See, no one is any the wiser. Whoops. Don't take that away yet, Mel. And that was just, I was going too fast, didn't apply enough pressure. Adventures. Micro adventures. Let's see. Melissa said, yes, they do take time, but the look after is spectacular. Yeah, and again, it's like with everything, if you take good care of it, your stamps will last forever. Well, I don't know forever, but as long as I'm alive. There we go. As long as I'm alive, your stamp should last. Flora said her dog Lexi is excited to hear the word dog a lot on a live. Oh, that's fun. Nina, I love your perspective. Nina said adventures. Nina said, I will be heading to a micro adventure in my backyard shortly to fill up some raised beds. See, you know what? Anything can be a micro adventure, right? And you know what they say, it's all in perspective, right? It's all about how you look at things. That's a great micro adventure. That sounds great. You don't have to leave the house, and it's free. Well, okay, free. Whatever you did to do your raised beds probably cost a little bit of money, but yeah. Let's see. Tiny Moments with Jen. No apologies necessary. She said, I'm sure Layla's gone over all the things. Is there a coupon code, or do we shop the items? Just shop the section. No coupon code needed. Everything is marked down. And you'll see what the original price was and what the sale price is. But great question. Paper Piece. So I love that. So Paper Piece said, I watch her and heard her talk about you. A Paper Piece. I assume you're talking about Elizabeth, Joyful Sojourn, right? And you heard her talk about me. It's been a really, it was so lovely meeting her. And what was such a cool thing is, on the first video that she did, she said, after she bought some of my products, the way that she knew about me was because she saw that I was one of the vendors going to Little Craft Fest, which you just love, right? You never know when you're participating in something that's brand new, if it's going to be good for your business. And, part of a decision like that is, teaching workshops. And part of the decision is like that is just exposure and marketing for, people that may not know about your brand. So I love that. When people, it kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier at the beginning, the women supporting women. Melissa from Pretty Little Studio just happened to pop in. I didn't know when people pop in. They don't tell me they're going to show up. So it's just nice to see women supporting women like that. Thank you, Colleen. It is 12:34. I love it. All right, so there we go. There is my title, Micro Adventures. And then I feel like I need a little period there just because, we'll just make a nice little round dot. All right, I do know I will want something like a little outline here. Outline, little double treble. Now it's fun. That would have taken on a totally different look if I had used an ink. I mean an ink. I did use ink, but if I had used a color. But I think we're gonna like the way that black looks. All right, let's put this guy away and let's get out our little blocks here. So, as I said, normally with my, when I do in the box, normally I am looking to write my things in the boxes. But here, I'm going to use the boxes for decorating, which is something that had never even honestly occurred to me. Never occurred to me. So when I saw her do that, I'm like, oh, I love that idea. So let's just pull some of these guys out. And we'll just plop some of them down. So I'm pulling from in the box too, but you could also pull from in the box. So what I need to do is now figure out, so as I'm doing this, what is going in these boxes? And then I'll be just like decorating my lists around them. I mean, I'll be writing my list in through all of here. That's a good start over here. So now let's figure out what we're doing. So because they're micro adventures, we're not necessarily going somewhere, right? I mean, we're not going somewhere like we're traveling. So let's go, could maybe go there. I don't need a suitcase. Well, I don't know. I might need a suitcase, but we never know. Ooh, a little camera could work, right? Although, let's find a different camera because those are both the same color. So I don't need that. Now this could work for something, even though it's not. I'm not going to a beach when I do that. I'll explain to you what I'm doing with that one. This little guy could work. So it's interesting. I'm starting to kind of pull some. Oh, Explorer could work. Our Wander here could work. I won't use the airplane. This could work. Our little map could work, right? That's a different version of the map. There are even words I could use if I wanted. I have some clouds and a sun. All right. Always take the scenic route. That one totally works, right? That kind of takes me back to my old days in the industry with scenic route. So some of you guys know me. Or basic gray, some of you know me from there. All right, I think this guy is not going to make the cut because as I started to pull things, this one looks very different from everything I pulled. So we won't do that guy. I have a mixture of the pinks and kind of the blues and a little bit of yellow mixed in. So I think let's start out with this guy. Let's grab our pencil board again. Move these, move this. Sneak our pencil board under here. And I think I'm going to continue with probably the black ink for my boxes. And then we'll have all the color coming from the embellishments that are going in the boxes. All right, let's get, ouch, that hurt. Overlap the boxes. So, Debbie, all right. So Debbie is saying that I could like overlap the boxes like this. So do a little bit more of something like this, yeah? Or I could group them together. Group together like that, maybe. But now if I do that one that way, I don't really have a vertical. So I would need to, yeah, that guy doesn't want to play. We'll figure out something to go in him. Maybe we'll do them that way. All right, stamping block. Does that guy work? Nope. Too small. You should not go too small on your stamping blocks. So right size, but at least the size of, if not bigger. I think that I might change my mind and we'll be able to see what this looks like if I test it first. It might be fun to stamp this in that color because that guy is going in there. So let me move all these things off to the side and grab this. I've got stuff everywhere, right? Try to give ourselves a little bit of room here and see if we think we would like it this way. Might be a little bit too faint. That'll give us at least enough of an idea to see if we like it or not. And this little guy would go inside of it. Oh yes, I think we need to do that. Now it's really hard to tell here because there's so much ghosting and shadowing from the stamps on the prior page, but I think we should do that. I know what my only problem is going to be. There's no mint. There's no mint. No mint and an oxide, so we'll just have to figure out something else that'll be close. If you are a fan of In the Box 1 and In the Box 2, there is an In the Box 3 coming. There's actually more In the Boxes coming. Whoopsie! On the floor. It landed on a piece of paper though, but it landed jelly side down. Yes, there is an In the Box 3 coming, I think in July. When I was in Arizona for our product planning meeting for the December, the collection, the holiday collection, we also planned out the stamp sets. Amy lives in Arizona, that's why it was Arizona. And so planned out the stamp sets almost for the next year. We planned out a lot. And then a whole really fun series for 2026. Oh, look at how fun that will be. Yeah, just little frames like that. Now, if you, you could take the same concept with the little In the Box, and you could do, you could put little photos in there, right? They'd be like little frames for your photos. All right, look, it's going to go here, this guy. So this one, that green, that almost looks like peacock feathers, maybe? Peacock? Mitzi, I'm watching Lael on this iPad and Vicky on my second iPad and shopping on my phone. Oh, I love that. You're multitasking. That's great. All right, so while I am picking out the color, maybe it's Evergreen Bough. Evergreen Bough, I think would be great. Let's do Evergreen Bough. I need to get through more prizes, my friends, because I'm not spacing adequately in the prize giveaway. So let me see what the next prize is. The next prize is, oh, of course it is. It's Murphy Alpha. Because I planned it that way, right? I just forgot. Murphy Alpha is the next prize on The Price is Right. Murphy Alpha. So, Murphy Alpha. Let me dry that off. I'll give you a second. Even though, just know, friends, you're just chatting the entire time because there'll just be lots of prizes, all right? Let's see. Zen Girls, I have to read this. When I found you, Lael, I love your style and try to do it that way. But I've realized you are my jumping off point. My traveler's notebooks, which I'm new to also, are now more your style and off the rails fun and chaotic fun. I love that. I love that because you know what? We all need good jumping off points, right? And sometimes it's just something that you see someone do or something that you hear someone say that sends you down a path that you might never have gone on otherwise. So I love that. I love that for you, Zen Girls. And I love that they're chaotic and fun. There is a class that I taught, a workshop that I taught at Little Craft Fest. And it was called Introduction to Creative Listing. And they had a really good kit. It was about an hour. So they weren't able to do any listing during class. But we talked a lot about the whole concept of creative listing and how it can be a jumping off point for a lot of different things. And I said, the biggest key is just to start. Just start, right? Just pick something and start. Pick a list and start. Doesn't have to be chronological. Doesn't have to be in order. Oh, golly. I know what just happened there. I'm not going to like the way that did. That just bumped into my clip. So this one is going to be crooked. Oh, well, not too bad. It's a little blurry there because it moved. That's all right. It is what it is. Now, what was going here? Was it this one? That can go there. I'm not sure if that's what I had planned to go there, but it can. Yeah, now I have no clue. I have no clue what my thought process was here because there was something happening that, was it that? It must have been that one. I guess it's that one. Because now then I wanted to do a vertical. I've got to figure out how to make the vertical work in there. This can be your micro adventures. That's your geotag. It's like you're here. You're right here. You're right here at home or in your own city. So yes, that is where you are. Oh, I wasn't going to do that there. I think I was going to do this one there, wasn't I? Yes. That's why I was looking for that blue or the blue green. All right. Oh, shoot. Murphy Alpha. Oh, my heavens. Murphy Alpha. Let me stop. Murphy Alpha is going to Shelly Wilson. Shelly Wilson. And you guys, they're all random. I just scroll and where my finger stops, that's who wins. It just so happens that Shelly Wilson said, I need to add to my cart. Shelly, you win Murphy. You win the Murphy stamp set, okay? So send an email, please, to lailbymail@gmail.com. Please, in the subject line, put winner, Murphy stamp set, and put your mailing address in the body of the email. We'll get that sent out to you in a couple weeks. But if you already have a cart, then we can add it to your order. All right, next one is going to be, oh, guess what? Kate Bogucki. Kate Bogucki. Kate Bogucki, Bogucki. Kate Bogucki, Bogucki. You win the Postcards and Passports paper pack. Yeah, the paper pack. Kate, email please. Postcards, Passports, paper pack winner in the subject line. Email, or excuse me, your mailing address in the body of the email, and we will get that sent to you in the next couple of weeks. And guys, we still have 1, 2, 3 more prizes. So we have about 13 minutes left before we take our break. So we're going to keep on going. And then when we return from break, we'll finish this one and then back up about something for a moment. This one could be fun. This one, if we do a bigger one, I don't know. We'll see. This guy, I got sidetracked. Where does my Explore go? My Explore really isn't going to work unless I wanted it to go this way, but I don't really have I need a vertical. I guess Explore could go that way, right? Why not? Let's do it. We can break the rules, bend the rules. It's art. We can do whatever we want, right? You are so welcome, Kate. Congratulations. Justine said time has flown. I know it does, right? Melissa said, now I need to add this frame set to my cart, cart. So, and it's funny you call it a frame set because I never would have called it a frame set until I saw Elizabeth do this. I'm like, it's totally a frame. It's always been a box for me that I, put part of my list in. A jumping off point, right? Like we were talking about, like Zen Girl said, it's a jumping off point. Sometimes you just get inspired by things that people do, which is awesome. All right, with this guy, that yellow, I think we will use fossilized amber. My best friend fossilized amber. This is an ink color that I use quite frequently, fossilized amber. It's just a nice yellow. All right. I can go fast if I need to, right? I can go fast. Usually I just take my time, and we're here for 8 hours and I did 1/2 list. Okay. And then my Explore will go there. If you are doing something like this and your ink is Distress Oxide or you're using a pigment-based ink, just remember that it takes a second to dry. So you might want to be careful about putting something down before you, oh my gosh, I just noticed this. Look at this. Do you see there's a little, oh, sorry. There's a little tiny, narrow, pink, like blush colored line. I totally missed that before. I love that. I mean, I did not physically design the artwork. So, you know, I worked with a designer. So yeah, if you're like, Lael, if you did that, why don't you know that? That's why. All right. So then let's get this guy ready to roll. What we want to do over here. Before we get too far, I better see what else I might want to do. This guy, I mean, this could be kind of fun, but we need, if we do this, we need a big daddy. We need one of the guys from In the Box, I think. We need a bigger box. That one has the die behind it too, so it's a little tight in there. Oh, there we go. That's why it didn't come out. It was the wrong way. All right. Big guy. Ooh, then I could use orange this way, right? If we do this and put these guys kind of right there. Yes, orange. Oh, there's a little bit of orange there too. The funniest thing about this, you guys, is that if you weren't here, I would be saying the exact same thing, and I would be saying it out loud. Because I do so much of this, like thinking out loud, this stream of consciousness, thinking, talking, that I'd be doing the same thing, even if you weren't here. Let's find the orange. Dried marigold? No, I think we need wild honey. No. Carved pumpkin. Should we go all in with the orange? I don't know. Spice marmalade. That's it. Spice marmalade. A little bit of a toned down. Orange. So, why did I jump to this already? I guess we're doing this guy now. Guess we're going to the big guy. All right. So while I'm stamping this, let's look at my list and see the next prize. What do we have? Oh, we're talking travel right now, even though this one is really not travel. We're doing micro adventures, so things that you don't necessarily have to travel for, right? But as we're kind of talking travel, the next prize is the Document Your Travels Traveler's Notebook insert. One of my new inserts, new themed inserts. So I'll get this guy stamped and adhered, and then I will draw that prize. All right. See? I love that you love it. Janine said this is such a great idea for a list. Micro adventures. Here's the thing too. We talk a lot about, we like to list, I like to list, but you could involve other people in your family or in your life in things like this. So micro adventures. Maybe you have kids. Maybe they're home, and maybe you're not doing your traditional summer break or something trip like you normally would. Then engage your kids in coming up with a list of micro adventures. And if you really want to get your kids to start like journaling and writing, give them a traveler's notebook insert. You guys put together a list of micro adventures that you want to do this summer, and then have them write their favorite things about every micro adventure that you did. Take photos. Get them, print off photos and let them put it in their little journal about their little micro adventures. Now, if you're a teacher, merely, that would be a fun exercise to do with your kids, right? Micro adventures. You have a long summer break coming up. What are some micro adventures? What are some little things that you want to do? You want to go to the park and play on the swings. That's a micro adventure. You want to go to the amusement park. That's a micro adventure. I'm just going to go ahead and do this one. I'm not even going to test it first. I'm just going to live on the edge. Oh, the pink's a little hard to see, but that's okay. And I'm glad that I actually ended up coming in and doing frames in color as opposed to doing them, as opposed to doing them in black. I think it's added a lot of personality. All right, so we've got one more spot. What if we, do we want to do this in there? Our sun and our clouds? That might be fun, but do we need to go this way instead? Oh, that might be a lot of, color. Oh no, let's do the map. Let's get some yellow in there. Let's do our little map here. We'll maybe move it down a tad. All right, we'll use that same. Ooh, we're not going to use the same. We will use this one. We'll use Squeeze Lemonade because that is a little bit of a brighter color. You know what I will do? Not tomorrow. Got to finish the instructions for the Wish Upon a Star project. Tomorrow, no, Monday, I will put all of these ink colors together. So if you are using Postcards and Passports and you like to use your distress inks, then you'll know, I'll kind of swatch inks so you know what colors I think best go with the collection. But this is the first time I've used it. All right, 12:56. This will be the last thing I do before and then we'll do our prizes before we do our break. Okay, so I said dock your travels inserts. That one is going to Zen Girls. Zen Girls, document your travels insert. Please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. Put winner dock travels insert in the subject line. And running out of stamping blocks. And your address in the body of the email. And we'll get your prize shipped. All right, we have a couple more. Still have a couple more prizes while I'm finishing up. We have 2 more. Ooh, another travel one. Another travel one. And then I'm going to have to swap one because the one I put down does not make sense for the morning session. It's going to make more sense for the afternoon session where you see what I do. Alrighty. I think I was doing it this way. Was I? That's where it's going. That is where it's going. Oh, VS Vicage, I love that. This list is really inspiring me. I love that. Thank you. All right. Yes, all the travel. How many prizes is that for this AM? I think it's 12. I think it's 12 prizes for this morning session. And then here's the other thing. You know there are after party prizes too, right? You know, after party prize is something that happens after we're done. So once this morning session is done, you can go in and leave a comment on the video itself. So not on the, what am I saying? Not in the chat, but on the comment on the video itself. Then there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 7 more prizes in the after party. So after party prizes will stay open until next Saturday morning. Next Saturday morning, that's when it'll close. And then it'll take me, honestly, a while to get all the prizes selected. So, but that's when it'll close. So you have a week for after party prizes. Let me just clean that yellow off of my hands. Joe Disney fan, are these micro adventures something you did this year or whenever? Joe Disney fan, I've never done them. These are things that I want to do. These are things, micro adventures that are I want to do this spring and summer. So that's how I am doing this. But you could do it retroactively if you wanted. Elise, can I win Reggie? Is he still on the prize table? Unfortunately, Reggie is no longer on the prize table. He is now sacked out. Since I moved him, he has been sacked out on one of the chairs in here. All right. So we will continue with this list when we get started in the afternoon session. I have 2 more prizes. Let's just talk quickly about the afternoon session before I give those prizes. Afternoon session will start at noon. No. I'm trying to do the math in my head. The afternoon session will start at, okay, this is my problem. This is Mountain Time. I live in Mountain Time. I have done the schedule on Mountain Time. I always try to tell people Pacific Time because that's more known than Mountain Time. Then that means I have to do the math. So we will start at 1 p.m. We will be starting the afternoon session at 1 p.m. In an hour. That is a totally separate video. You will find the link to that in the description box of this morning session video. You will also find that video already out here on my YouTube channel. So, and then we will be together about, oh my gosh, I think about 5 hours. 5 hours this afternoon. So much good fun. Okay. Last two prizes for this morning. The first one is this. Speaking of travel, the Adventure Awaits Traveler's Notebook. This has been so popular. This is, it can be used for travel, but can really be used for anything. Adventure Awaits. So this one is going to, as we stop, it is going to Christy KMC Stamper. Congratulations, Christy. Christy KMC Stamper. Christy, if you already have that, well, either way, send an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line of the email, please say winner, Adventure Awaits TN. Include your mailing address in the body of the email. If you already have it, let me know and we'll swap it out for another one. All right, now what I need to swap here is, let's do, oh, okay, I'm going to do this. This is over here, so let's do a little thing here. And this is, this prize will be all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rolls of my new Lail by Mail washi. All right. So the black ruler, the navy ruler, the blush ruler, the classic ruler, and the dates. All right. All 5 rolls. So that prize is going to, let's see, that prize is going to Jen Kaminsky. Jen Kaminsky, congratulations. Jen, you know the drill. If you've been around and listening, please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, new washi tape. And then the body of the email, please put your mailing address. Okay, friends, let's do this. Let's rotate the camera. We will say our goodbyes until this afternoon, and I hope that you come back for this afternoon because we have lots more fun listing. We have lots more fun prizes. I know the chat goes really fast, Heather. When I do the giveaways, the chat goes really, really fast, for sure. So, ooh, that was not a good look. I gotta move away from the camera next time I do that. I also clearly need some powder or something before we start again. Anyhow, I don't remember what I was saying. Come back this afternoon. We have lots more fun things planned. I think three more lists. We'll finish this list. We'll have 3 more lists, and then we'll also talk about how you can take what we do, listing, and incorporate that into some other types of projects that you may like to do. So that's the plan. I will see you guys back here in an hour-ish, just shy of an hour. And if you are running somewhere else because it's Saturday, or you're running somewhere else because there's so many fun things going on in our community of paper crafting today, enjoy the rest of your day, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I hope to see you sometime soon if I don't see you this afternoon. Okay?